You want to kill me? Is that even possible? Huang Fubai let out a few thunderous roars while constantly swinging the Pangu banner, filling the sky with the shadows of his attacks. Yun Xiao quickly regained his composure. He cast an incantation gesture with one hand and looked at Huang Fubai with a cold face. Previously, the great expansion divine technique on the ancient god-inscribed wall was indeed real. He had also wanted to borrow Huang Fubai's power to further understand it, but he had never expected such an outcome. However, to him, it was not necessarily a bad thing. It was just that the peerless expert had become so crazy that he could not help but sigh in his heart. Gu Feiyong, come out. I'm going to kill you. Huang Fubai crazily attacked all around. Each strike was extremely fierce, and he shouted, Tian Xingzi, come out and face your death. Boom! The Pangu flag struck down from the sky and immediately shattered a part of the sky. The shattered part began to fade and a ball of light appeared. Two cold beams shot out of Yun Xiao's eyes as he stared in shock at the light, and a door gradually appeared. Putting aside the fact that there was a door in the lunar dimension, he had seen it before. The door opened with a clang. Two figures walked out from inside. Yun Xiao's pupils constricted, and his expression flickered for a moment before returning to normal. Although he was very surprised, he knew both of them. The person in front had a kind face. His eyes were slightly sunken, and his face seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. He looked at the two of them in surprise. The man behind him was dressed in a gray robe. His face was cold, and his eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Yun Xiao in disbelief. Yun Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he said coldly, It's a small world, but with this situation, are you two here to seek death? Ha ha! Martial Emperor Vanquisher is still as graceful as ever. The old man in front stroked his beard and laughed. The wrinkles on his forehead all smoothed out. Tian Xingzi, die! Huang Fubai's eyes were filled with madness as the Pangu banner swept across. The old man's figure suddenly flickered and appeared behind Huang Fuxian. He raised his palm and struck out. At the same time he shouted, Wake up! A circle of green light shot out from his palm and landed on Huang Fubai's back. Bang! Eft! Huang Fubai spurted out a large mouthful of blood. His aura weakened and his eyes were filled with struggle. The old man performed a few incantations with his left hand and pointed in the air. A golden light gathered at his fingertips and slowly condensed into a bright pill. He shouted, Open your mouth! Huang Fubai obediently opened his mouth, allowing the other party to put the pill into his mouth and swallow it. I don't think I need to tell you how dangerous it was just now, the old man said. Take a good rest and adjust your breathing. Yun Xiao clenched his fists, and anger surged on his face as he said, Nanqiu, are you trying to go against me? The old man laughed and said, I wouldn't dare. He did not expect Martial Emperor Vanquisher to have learned the Great Expansion Divine Technique. It was an enviable fortune. Originally, you could have gotten a natural moat token with this, but who would have thought that Lu Jianbo had already given it to you? TSK, Lu Jianbo's taste is indeed good. The old man behind him said humbly, You're too kind, sir. I saw that he had extraordinary talent, so I wanted him to try. I didn't expect Martial Sovereign Vanquisher to be reborn. No wonder. The man was Lu Jianbo. Although there was some shock in his eyes, he still nodded at Yun Xiao with a friendly smile. Yun Xiao's face was dark as he said coldly, I exchanged something for that natural moat token, right? Why does it sound like you're giving it to me? Lu Jianbo laughed. Mr. Pajun, you must be joking. The natural moat token is a precious item. Although I lack the iron tears, how can they be compared to the natural moat token? Yun Xiao waved his hand and interrupted him. I won't talk about the natural moat order. But, what do you mean by showing up and saving Huang Fubai from my hands? Huang Fuqi, who was recuperating from his injuries, opened his eyes and shot out two cold beams that pierced through Yun Xiao's heart. His strength had not weakened much, but he had suddenly gone berserk. Then, he was pulled by Yun Xiao's illusion, making it even more impossible for him to deal with it. He was on the verge of collapse, but he was pulled back by Nanqiu. I'm close to Lord Huang Fubai. I naturally can't just leave him in the lurch, Nanxiu replied. I understand what you mean. Yun Xiao nodded. You're saying that we don't have a friendship, right? Nanxiu, when Tian Xingzi and I come to your natural mode ocean, I hope you will remember what happened today. Your death is not an injustice. Martial Emperor Vanquisher, please calm down. I saved Huangfu Bai for another important reason other than being close to him. Nanxiu was sweating profusely. Yun Xiao's face flickered. Is the eternal world of Langya Grotto heaven opened? He cried out in surprise. Is it because of this? Huangfu Bai was also extremely shocked. That's right. Nanxiu smiled. Both Yun Xiao and Huangfu Bai's faces changed drastically. They could not help but mumble the same words. The ultimate of martial arts and the beginning of God. The realm of enlightenment, the realm of eternal life. Nanxiu was also a little excited. After so many years, the eternal world has finally opened. At this time, how can I let you kill Lord Huangfu Bai? Lu Jianbo said. The realm power of the eternal world can only be broken by soul power. Lord Huangfu Bai's comprehension of the soul path is rare in the world. He also has the Golden Whisperer, an old monster who has not died for 10,000 years. He is the person my master has the most faith in. It's an unexpected discovery that Lord Pejun has learned the Great Yen True Technique, one of the 4 great divine techniques. Nanxiu said. Master Pejun even dared to go to the Tiandang Mountains. Of course, you will not miss the opening of the eternal world. Humph! Yun Xiao snorted coldly and said, Since I already have the natural moat token, of course I will go. He stretched out his hand, and the simple token appeared in his hand. He frowned and said, No reaction. I know the rules of the opening of the fairyland. Nanxiu said, Now is not the time. Sir Pejun, you should also take this opportunity to further understand the Great Expansion divine technique. Perhaps you can unlock the secret of the eternal world and benefit the whole world. Calm down, Yun Xiao said. Don't expect too much about the eternal world. I only want to know how today's matter will end. Nanxiu glanced at Huangfu Bai and said, Sir Pejun, please stop this eye technique. It's really scary to see such a big eye hidden in the void staring at me. Yun Xiao snorted coldly. A lunar pupil slowly emerged behind him, like a bright blood moon, and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. Everyone felt the space around them change and return to the sky. There was still a cold wind around them. In the distance, the battle between Tian Xingzi and the 8 Soul Devourer sect elders was still ongoing. All kinds of ultimate moves were used, and they were locked in a fierce battle. Master Yi, please make them stop, Nanxiu said. Huangfu Bai's face turned gloomy and he said unwillingly, If I tell them to stop, can Tian Xingzi stop? You should ask Tian Xingzi to stop first. He immediately ignored Nanxiu and continued to form hand seals. Rays of golden light flew out from his fingertips as he extended the Pangu banner. The cold wind in the surroundings was immediately affected, whistling and flying over, all of them being absorbed into the house. The golden image of the Whisperer on the streamer suddenly lit up and slowly regained its vitality. Its empty eyes gradually regained their vigor. Yun Xiao looked at him coldly. He had indeed comprehended it from the Great Expansion divine technique, and it still retained a certain divine charm, but it had been changed into an evil path. After the Golden Whisperer returned to its original form, Huangfu Bai suddenly put away the Pangu banner and said, All of you stop. The people in the distance had long discovered the situation here and had been paying attention to it. When they heard this, they immediately separated. 8 rays of light flew over and said in surprise, Sect Master, please. Oh, it's Lady Nanxiu of the Natural Mode Ocean. Shiyuluan was shocked. The rest of the elders were also shocked. They looked at the 2 old men in front of them with respect. Nanxiu, you dare to meddle in my business. Tian Xingzi was flustered and exasperated. He raised his saber and wanted to slash down. Nanxiu quickly waved her hands and begged, Lord Tian Xingzi, please calm your anger. Today's actions were really unintentional. I came to find Lord Bai and did not expect to see you 2 fighting to the death. As an outsider, I'll just have to be thick-skinned and try to mediate. Xianxia said coldly. Unintentional. Since you want to find Huangfu Bai, you should have gone to the Soul Devourer sect. Why did you come to Wutian? For today's situation, I've planned for a long time and put in a lot of effort, but it was ruined by your unintentional move. Haha. It seems like I'll have to have no more feelings for you from now on. He laughed out of anger. Nanchoyu said, Lord, you're really scaring me if you think that way. At this moment, Lord Pajun has already stopped and you are left alone. If this old man does not stop the fight, Lord Bai and the 8 elders should be enough to defeat you, right? This you fuck. Xianxia was rendered speechless. If Yunxiao were not here, he would have indeed lost. When he saw Yunxiao's calm face and no dissatisfaction, he snorted and said, if you hadn't suddenly appeared, Gu Feiyang wouldn't have stopped. Anyway, today's matter has formed a grudge between you and me. His 10,000 Stars Valley had suffered heavy losses. Qi Sanzi, Qi Gon, and even his blood brother had all fallen in this battle. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. A mouthful of blood welled up in his heart and he almost spat it out. Nanchoyu, since he doesn't know what's good for him, why don't you let me kill him to avoid future trouble? Huangfu Bai said with a mocking expression. You can't. Nanchoyu hurriedly said. I'm here to stop the fight. I don't want to see you two killing each other again. All right. I'll spare his life today for your sake. Huangfu Shang said. Xianxia, I'll slowly settle today's score with you. Xianxia himself was not injured, but he was extremely angry. When he saw Huangfu Bai sneer, his body trembled slightly. The Soul Devourer sect and the Myriad Star Valley have lived in the western region for tens of thousands of years. Nanchoyu said. Why should we fight for the secular world? Don't people of my generation have to wholeheartedly pursue that great Tao? Now that the eternal world has opened, it's the best opportunity. What? The eternal world is about to open. Xianxia's body trembled in shock. Yes. Nanchoyu nodded. This is the reason why I am here to find Lord Bai. Xianxia's expression changed slightly, and he snorted coldly. There are many more soul masters in the world who are more powerful than him. Even Lord Gu Feiyang is far better than him. What's the point of looking for him? No matter how useless I am, there will be people looking for me. But there will be people looking for you, you useless thing. Huangfu Qi said coldly. Damn it! Xianxia raised his saber and slashed, drawing a white light in the air. Nanchoyu's expression changed slightly. She raised her hand and slapped it down. With a bang, it hit Soul Slayer saber and shook Xianxia away. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. Nanchoyu, he said angrily. Are you determined to deal with me with him? Nanchoyu retracted her palm and stood with her hands behind her back, saying indifferently, Lord Xianxia, if you insist on making me your enemy, I will not be afraid. Xianxia was fuming with anger. He knew that it was impossible to kill Huangfu by this time. He suddenly felt empty, and a sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart. Xianxia, Yunxiao said, the heavenly Tao is normal. It's enough to do your best. Perhaps the Soul Devourer sect should not have been wiped out this time. So no matter how hard you try, it will be in vain. Nanchoyu praised. Sir Pajun's words are to my liking. Don't be disappointed anymore. I'm giving you this natural moat commanding plate. Perhaps there will be a bigger opportunity waiting for you. A token flew out from his hand. Xianxia caught it, took a look, and let out a long sigh. Seeing that he had accepted the order, Nanchoyu knew that he had been forced to accept the current situation and smiled. Lady Nanchoyu, Huangfu Qi said, the environment here is harsh and not suitable for conversation. Please come to the headquarters of the Soul Devourer sect for a chat. All right. Nanchoyu nodded. I wonder if Sir Pajun is interested in joining? I will explain more about the eternal world. Yunxiao frowned slightly. He did want to know more about the eternal world, but it was not the right time. I appreciate your kindness, Mr. Nancho. Let's talk again when I come to the natural mode ocean next time. Then I'll set up some tea and wine at the natural mode ocean and wait for you, Xianxia said. After he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves and entered the door with Lu Jianba and the rest of the Soul Devourer sect. Then, the door flashed with white light and disappeared. Tian Xingzi let out a heavy breath of resentment, but his eyes were still extremely unwilling. Since things have come to this, it's no use for you to think too much, my lord. It's better to open your mind and face the future, Yunxiao said. Sir Pajun is right, Tian Xingzi said. The Myriad Stars Valley has suffered heavy losses this time. I'm afraid they won't be able to recover in the short term. The Soul Devourer sect isn't any better, Yunxiao said. This might be a good thing for the two sects and even the entire western region. Besides, Nanxiu Yu is right, we should put more effort into finding opportunities, not fighting for them. Tian Xingzi said, I can only comfort myself like this. Thank you for your help this time, Sir Pajun. Otherwise I would have been defeated long ago. I'm helping you for my own sake. Yunxiao interrupted, because you've offered me a condition that is worth my help. Tian Xingzi's brows twitched and he asked, what does Lord Pajun want to do in Wufa heaven? With Lord's strength, as long as it's not divine transcendence, there's no need to worry. It might not be very dangerous, Yunxiao said. I'm just taking precautions. Tian Xingzi was secretly displeased. He did not believe Yunxiao's words about taking precautions, but since the other party refused to say anything, there was nothing he could do. And now that the eternal world had opened, Yunxiao's value was so great that even Nanxiu Yu wanted to curry favor with him. So Tian Xingzi naturally had to lower his attitude. Right, what's with this Wutian weather? Just now, I heard that Luhan was formed by the filthy soil of the netherworld. Is this filthy soil of the netherworld still in Wufa heaven? Yunxiao asked. My lord, you seem to be looking for the divine purple gold worm and the foul soil of the netherworld? Tian Xingzi asked. He smiled and explained, Wutian's climate has been around for tens of thousands of years. I didn't notice it before until Luhan appeared. I didn't expect it to be Huangfu Biai's scheme. How hateful. You should die. Yunxiao gave him a strange look. You were the one who schemed against me first, but now you're blaming me? Tian Xingzi seemed to have read something from his eyes and was a little embarrassed. He chuckled and said, I was also very surprised when Luhan appeared, so I began to pay attention to and investigate the origin of this area. As expected, I found a lot of useful information. A nation had existed here a long time ago, and their totem was the divine purple gold worm. Afterwards, for some reason, a true spirit descended the 18 ancient star bird. The 18 ancient star bird, Yunxiao cried out in surprise. It's the earth element true spirit of the 5 elements. Yes, Tian Xingzi replied. According to the investigation of the traitor, there was a traitor in that country. After he was exiled, he traveled the world. Not only did he cultivate a peerless superpower, but he also subdued an 18 ancient star bird. He came back for revenge and went through an earth-shaking battle, which eventually turned this place into ruins. That is to say, the source of this deathly gray air, the foul earth of the netherworld, is condensed from the earth element power of the 18 ancient star bird after its death. Yunxiao said, it's the foul earth of the netherworld. But what's up with these grain-sized purple gold divine bugs? These things can't be considered true divine purple gold worms, Tian Xingzi said. However, after the divine purple gold worm died, all of its essence was buried here. After a long time, it sank into the ground and swam in Wutian. The 5-element true essence could die, but it would not be destroyed. A large amount of metal-type energy spread out, creating countless of these tiny existences. Oh, I see, Yunxiao said in realization. I see. It's a pity that the gold spiritual energy produced by these divine purple gold worms isn't pure, he said with a tinge of regret. Tian Xingzi laughed. Could it be that my lord wants to collect pure gold spiritual energy? Oh? Yunxiao's eyes lit up. Do you have one, my lord? Tian Xingzi shook his head and said, although I was also thinking about these two things after investigating Tian Wufa's background. After all, the spiritual energy of metal and the filthy soil of the netherworld are both rare existences in the world, especially the latter, which has already turned into spirits in the sky. Spirit transformation? Yunxiao's body trembled as he thought of little Qing. Isn't that a true spirit? Tianxingzi replied. Not to the extent of a true spirit, but its power cannot be underestimated. Even Huangfu Bai and I didn't dare to fight at the center of Wutian. Instead, we chose to fight at the border of the Battle Soul Mountain. He looked at the desolate War Soul Mountain, which had long been reduced to ruins and no longer existed. He sighed and said, "It would be best if we don't go too deep in." Yunxiao's eyes lit up as he chuckled and said, "I'm really hoping to meet a true spirit." Tianxingzi, swan, let's go, he said. With a roll of his sleeve, Yunxiao turned into a beam of light and flew toward the center of the sky with Chen Xiaoyu. Tianxingzi was stunned for a moment and said, "You're really going?" He hurriedly followed. The reason why the battle with the Soul Devourer sect was chosen to be at the Battle Soul Mountain was not because they were afraid of the Earth Element Spirit, but because they did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. The Soul Devourer sect had the same thoughts, so they had decided to set the battle at the Battle Soul Mountain. The three of them flew for a long time, but all they could see was a gray wasteland. Yunxiao suddenly stopped and looked up at the faint sunlight in the sky. It was a little hazy through the layers of gray fog, and he could not help but frown. "What's wrong?" asked Chen Yuyu. He was panting a little, and a layer of faint white light protected his body. At this moment, the deathly gray air was several times thicker than the outside. In addition, he was already seriously injured, so Chen Chenyu's expression was very ugly. "Could we have been tricked?" Tianxingzi asked. "Hit? What do you mean?" Chen Yuyu was shocked. Tianxingzi also raised his head to look at the sky. "I had my suspicions at first. However, Sir Pajun was here. There was no illusion in the world that could deceive him. Thus I was not sure." Yunxiao turned around and said, "You think too highly of me, my lord. We are indeed walking in circles. This place is so heavily guarded that I didn't even notice it. To be able to deceive both of you, I'm afraid he's not far from a true spirit," Chen Yuyu said in surprise. "Not necessarily," Yunxiao said. "The key is that this dead gray air has blocked divine sense. And this place is so empty that the sun can't shine down. Without any reference, it's hard to detect it no matter how far we fly." "Then what do we do now?" Chen Yuyu asked. Although he was a little shocked, he did not panic. The two people in front of him were famous figures. There was almost no problem that could not be solved. "What do you think, Sir Pajun?" Tianxingzi asked. "Just call me Yunxiao," Yunxiao said. "Army Destroyer and Gu Feiyang are all in the past. I would also like to hear your opinion, my lord." Tianxingzi's eyes flashed with surprise. "If that's the case, then I'll have to call you little brother Yunxiao. What we can be sure of now is that we are in an illusion. As long as we find the enemy, we can solve it. In addition, your research on this Tao is unparalleled in the world, so you should have a better way." What he said was equivalent to not saying anything, and Chen Yuyu was speechless. "What's difficult is the environment here," Yunxiao said. "The Earth Element Demon Beast can completely integrate with the environment, so it will be 100 times more difficult to find it." Tianxingzi blinked and smiled. "No matter how difficult it is, Brother Yunxiao will have a way." With a wry smile, Yunxiao began to form incantation gestures with both hands. Demonic runes gradually emerged on his body, and his lunar pupils suddenly protruded. Tianxingzi's eyes suddenly widened, and he stared at him without blinking. Then, a seven-colored light appeared on his body and gathered in the sky, forming a huge eyeshadow. It slowly opened and looked at the earth. For strange arrays appeared in the eye and were placed on the left and right of the eye. All kinds of lights shot out from the eye. Then, the eye turned and the entire space shrank instantly. It was about to be sucked in. Chen Yunyu and Tianxingzi's bodies twisted. They were shocked and hurriedly made hand seals to stabilize their bodies. The entire world continued to spin, and a large amount of deathly gray energy was absorbed into the moon eye shadow. The depths of the eye gave birth to an endless amount of energy. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar was heard. A monster appeared in front of the shadow of the moon pupil. It was covered in thick earth armor and raised its big hand to hit the shadow. Bang! A large amount of deathly gray chi exploded in the moon pupil's shadow, and the entire eyeball disappeared in an instant. The world's distortion returned to normal. Yunxiao's right pupil constricted, and a strange rune flashed in his eye. The three of them stared at the monster in front of them. It was like a standing beetle. Its body was covered in a large amount of soil, and its head was extremely small. There were even two feelers on it. The monster's body trembled slightly before it suddenly plunged down, wanting to charge into the ground. Swish! Xianxia's figure moved and appeared in front of him. He sneered and sent out a palm. The moment the monster appeared, the three of them had already locked onto it. Boom! A palm materialized in the air and slammed into the monster's body. A large amount of dust burst out, and the monster's body instantly turned into fine powder, falling from the sky. What? Chen Yuyu was shocked. It's not his real body. How can the true body appear so easily? But that thing is definitely onto us, Xianxia said. What do we do? Chen Yuyu asked. It seems that we can only find a way to lure that thing out, Yunxiao said. I wonder how intelligent it is. Oh? Xianxia's eyes lit up, and he said, Brother Yunxiao, do you have any good ideas? If I lure that thing out, Yunxiao said, how confident are you that you can trap or kill it? Xianxia pondered and said, I can't say for sure, but I'll do my best. No matter how powerful that thing is, it can't possibly be stronger than the three of us combined. That's good, Yunxiao said. If I'm not confident, I'm afraid it will backfire. He waved his hand, and a silver light shone down. The 36 northern heaven-cold star swords turned into countless sword chi and fell to the ground, disappearing in a flash. Then he clenched his fist and grabbed at the air. Four-colored rays of light swirled out, and the Tusada heavenly peak gradually grew bigger in his palm before falling down. Xianxia's eyes lit up and he said in surprise, What a dense earth elemental power! It's even stronger than the surrounding environment. What is this mountain? His tone was filled with shock. Boom! The Tusada heavenly mountain fell directly into the ground, causing countless layers of dust to roll. Its vast power spread out in all directions. Xianxia had a shocked expression on his face. That soul-shaking power emitted a fluctuation of weapon accumulations, causing his blood vessels to expand. This thing is a combination of several mutated earth elements, Yunxiao said. It will definitely attract that thing's attention. Xianxia was shocked. No wonder there is such a powerful force. However, mutated elements are all existences with extremely strong personalities. How can they coexist? As soon as he finished speaking, a roar came from the ground. It was getting closer and closer, and the whole ground was like waves. The three of them immediately became alert. The light on Do Shui heavenly peak suddenly brightened, and the four colors converged into a multicolored light in the sky, creating a beautiful scene. Suddenly, a white-silver light surged from the ground and shot into the sky. It started to spin around the Tusada heavenly peak and turned into countless sword shadows. The sword array has been activated, Yunxiao shouted. That thing is coming. He made a hand seal with one finger and the sword shadows that filled the sky suddenly stopped. Then, the sword tips all pointed down and fell to the ground like raindrops. Bang! 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 As the sword chi fell, the ground exploded continuously, releasing a large amount of earth elemental chi. It was pale yellow-green in color, which was completely different from the dead gray chi. The foul chi of the netherworld. Xianxia was shocked. He formed a hand seal with one hand and shouted. A multicolored light rose from his body and changed irregularly in the air, like clouds and mist. Within that ball of multicolored light, there was a faint shimmer of runic light. In an instant, it transformed into a drizzle that pattered down onto the ground. The raindrops fell on the foul energy of the netherworld, constantly washing away the yellow-green aura. The sword light and raindrops met on the ground and worked together to kill the power. Boom! The ground suddenly burst open, and a long gray snake with black spots gushed out, rising from the ground. His body rolled in the air and he shot into the light of the Tusada heavenly peak. Yunxiao's face flickered as he hurriedly cast an incantation seal into the Tusada heavenly peak. The vast power of earth element instantly condensed into a barrier and pressed down on the long snake like an iron wall. With a flash of light, the snake's body seemed to turn transparent as it passed through. What? Yunxiao was taken aback. With a flash of light in his hand, the box of Tianguang's sword fell into his palm, and he quickly performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and pointed at it. Tens of thousands of sword lights rushed up from the ground, directly condensing into a huge sword that chased after the gray snake and slashed. Boom! The snake's body was cut in half, but it turned into two long snakes in an instant. Like a rope, they tied up the Tusada peak and slowly sank into the ground. You must be joking. Yunxiao was shocked that the monster wanted to snatch his Tusada peak. In a hurry, he threw out the Divine Realm tablet and hit the snake. Bang! The two snakes were hit by the power of the world and exploded again. Their bodies were split into more than 10 pieces, and they wrapped around the mountain peak, trying to drag it into the earth. The Tusada peak was formed from 4 types of earth elements, and it was a fatal attraction to earth-type monsters. This thing doesn't seem to be able to be killed. What should we do? Xianxia was shocked. It's indeed an elemental body, Yunxiao said. It's an elemental body. He crossed his arms in front of his body, and a light blue ball of water appeared. Under the incantation seal, it suddenly turned into a fierce tiger, roared, and rushed down. Most of the Tusada peak had already been dragged into the ground. The moment the gray snakes saw the tiger, they straightened their bodies as if they had been stimulated. They suddenly gathered together and formed a huge ape. Roar! The earth ape roared and raised its fist to punch the tiger. Boom! 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 Under the brutal attack, the tiger form formed by the water elemental energy in the world exploded. Suddenly, a golden light flashed and several chains appeared in the sky, completely locking the earth ape like a spider web. The other end of the chain reached into the Divine Realm tablet, and a large number of Maha-ancient characters gushed out of the tablet. The power of the world shone down like moonlight, illuminating the body of the earth ape. A saint artifact! Xianxia was shocked. His eyes were filled with shock and greed, but he quickly suppressed it. However, his shock did not decrease, and he looked at it without blinking. Xianxia, Yunxiao said with dissatisfaction, didn't you just say that you would try your best? Did you already try your best when you attacked once before? Xianxia laughed awkwardly. Hehe. This thing has an elemental body, so it's a little difficult to deal with. This old man doesn't have any special methods. Even an elemental body can't escape the rules of all things, Yunxiao said. He's now suppressed by my realm power lock. Please cripple him, my lord. Good. Since Brother Yunxiao has trapped him with a great divine art, I will do my best. Xianxia landed in a flash and appeared directly in front of the earth ape. Without any fancy moves, he struck out with the tiger fist. Bang! The fist force was so powerful that it directly exploded on the earth ape's chest, blasting a huge hole. Roar! The earth ape cried out madly as its body constantly struggled, causing the chains to clatter and the white light around it to flicker. Yunxiao's face flickered as he performed an incantation gesture with both hands, and a large number of ancient Maha characters surged behind him. It was the great realm divine technique which kept flashing. The flowing light on the Divine Realm tablet fell, reflecting each other, and the white light gradually stabilized. Xianxia didn't dare to be neglectful and struck out a few more punches. Every punch exploded on the earth ape's body, continuously scattering its true essence. No matter how hard the earth ape struggled, it was suppressed by the Divine Realm tablet and finally settled down. It's done. Yunxiao suddenly cried out as he performed an incantation gesture with one hand and struck down. Xianxia immediately stopped. The earth ape looked weak as it was bound by the realm power and flew into the sky. I don't know how intelligent you are, Yunxiao said as he looked at the ape, Since you've met me, you must submit to me. He formed a seal in his palm and slapped it toward the earth ape's forehead. Bang! Roar! When the seal hit the earth ape's forehead, a bright red mark appeared, causing it to wail in pain. Suddenly, a crack appeared between his eyebrows and gradually grew bigger. In an instant, it spread to his entire head. Oh no! Xianxia cried out in shock. Not good. Boom! The earth ape's forehead suddenly exploded, and a wave of energy soared into the sky, radiating in all directions. Even his own body was blown into dust by the impact, and half of the sky was covered in dust. Xianxia looked at the dust in shock and said, "It's actually a clone." A flash of lightning flickered 1,000 feet away, and Xianxia emerged. His face was extremely unsightly as he stared at the ground and said coldly, "Damn it! You really dare to take my things." The Tusada heavenly peak was nowhere to be seen, and the entire land had returned to its calm state, leaving no traces behind. What? Xianxia was shocked and hurriedly turned around. His forehead was full of cold sweat as he said in shock, "How is that possible? How could he steal the mountain peak from right under my nose?" Chun Yu also didn't quite believe it and said in shock, Could this be an illusion again?" Yunxiao's face was gloomy as he said, "It's definitely not an illusion. The Tushita heavenly peak is related to me and it has indeed been stolen. He probably took advantage of the explosion just now, so the two of you didn't notice." Xianxia's face was also full of anger, and he snorted, "I didn't expect this thing to have such cunning intelligence." Yunxiao sneered, "This young master's things are not so easy to take. Although you have the body of the earth element, it's impossible for you to refine my Tusada peak in a short time. I can sense your existence at any time." As soon as he finished speaking, his face suddenly froze, and then it turned uglier than a pig's liver. "What's wrong, my lord?" Chun Chenyu asked, stunned. "I can't sense the Tusada heavenly peak anymore." Yunxiao gritted his teeth and said, "I can't sense it anymore." Xianxia was also shocked and said, "How is this possible? If that profound level weapon was refined by Brother Yunxiao, even a true spirit wouldn't be able to erase the imprint in an instant, right?" Yunxiao pondered for a moment and said, "He must have used some method to isolate my sense of the Tusada peak. This is bad. This place is his home ground. It's as difficult as climbing to the sky to find it." His face turned ugly. "Even if there's a secret technique to hide it, it's impossible for there to be no aura at all, right?" Xianxia said. Yunxiao was in a difficult position. He had only refined a little of the Tusada heavenly peak, and he did not know much about its structure. "I'll think of a way." He sat down cross-legged in the air and entered the Divine Realm tablet with his divine sense to find Lingmu Di. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes. A ray of light shot out from between his brows, and the heaven-patrolling bulldog appeared from the light, swaying. Yunxiao stepped forward and patted its forehead, then lowered his head and whispered a few words in its ear. The bull shook its head and its eyes glowed with a green light. It raised its hoof and stomped down. A green grid spread from under its hooves, extending to infinity. It let out a low groan, raised its feet, and walked in one direction. The space under its feet stretched and shrank, and in an instant it was 1,000 feet away. "Brother Yunxiao, this puppet isn't simple," Xianxia said in shock. "I borrowed this puppet from someone," Yunxiao said with a wry smile. "I hope I can find the Tusada peak, or I'll really suffer a big loss." The three of them hurriedly followed the heaven-patrolling bulldog and began to stroll in the sky. With every step Iron Bull took, a green light bloomed under his feet. His speed became faster and faster, and in just a few jumps he had already run far away. Suddenly, it raised its head and howled. The front half of its body was lifted up, and a green ox phantom appeared in the sky. It then took a step forward. Boom! The sky instantly shattered, forming a violent storm that swept into the ground. Boom, boom, boom! The entire ground was constantly being lifted up, and dust filled the air wherever the storm passed. After the attack, the bulldog turned around and charged down, directly sinking into the ground. Boom! Suddenly, the ground exploded and a ray of green light shot out. It was the patrolling bulldog that was sent flying. Attack! Xianxia shouted. He nimbly formed a hand seal with one hand, and his body instantly turned into lightning. A bolt of lightning fell and struck the place where the heaven-patrolling bulldog had flown out. In an instant, the lightning on the ground rumbled like waves, and even the entire sky changed color. Thunder whirled. Xianxia was bewildered. He didn't dare to delay, and his figure flashed as he flew down. Boom! The ground split open, and an Earth-type monster broke free from the restraints of the Thunder World and stood up. Its body was more than 10 zhang long, and its gray body was covered in black spots. There were 2 horns on its forehead, and a flexible snake-like tail behind it. Just as it rushed out of the ground, its eyes filled with endless anger, it felt an extremely dangerous aura falling on it. A huge palm print fell like the sky, and countless lines of defense sealed the sky and the earth. The monster opened its mouth and spat out a stone. Bang! The huge rock was instantly crushed by the palm print. The overwhelming aura caused the monster to tremble and bend down. Boom! The power of the palm completely landed on its head, blowing up countless soil and stones, rolling down like a collapsing mountain. A strange sound came out of the monster's mouth. Half of its face fell off and its entire body fell backward. The water element of the world. Xianxia's cold voice rang out as a cloud of light blue water vapor rose up and changed in the sky. Transform into a sword. The water vapor instantly condensed into a huge sword and slashed toward the monster's back. Bang! The monster seemed to have a low agility, so it was struck by the sword. The sword of heaven and earth water element directly pierced through its back and came out from its chest. Is it another clone? Xianxia thought in his heart. Bang! The monster suddenly exploded, and the power generated by its huge body swept through the world. The entire world was filled with a deathly gray aura, which was suffocating. Something's wrong. It's not a clone. Xianxia was taken aback. The powerful earth element power had completely blocked his divine sense and vision, but a force that made his heart palpitate was pressing down on him, and it was extremely dangerous. Pa! He put his hands together in front of him, and his eyes turned black. A 7-colored light appeared around his eyes. A black vortex surged behind him, and the true fiend Dharma body slowly stood up. It raised its hand and slapped toward the endless dust in front of it. Boom! The giant true devil bent down and reached its pitch-black hand down. Roar! An earth-shattering roar resounded, and a huge elemental energy fluctuation spread out. It seemed to be extremely angry. Hey! Xianxia's lips curled up as he said, "Let's see how you're going to escape." The hands that were placed in front of his body separated and formed a seal. He transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms and formed a sword seal with one hand. 36 northern heaven cold star swords flew out at once and slashed over. Swish, swish, swish. The shadow of the sword flew forward and disappeared. Only the sound of the sword piercing through sand and stone could be heard. Although Xianxiao's eye technique could not see through all the layers of dust, he could catch the figure of the monster. It was in the same shape as before, only several times smaller. The huge form just now should have been formed by the condensation of a large amount of earth power, which was a shell. The 36 swords stabbed into the monster's body, while the giant true devil's large hand grabbed it tightly. Its demonic chi continuously resisted the foul energy of the netherworld. The monsters were formed from the earth of the 5 elements, so they were very difficult to kill. A soft light flickered in Xianxiao's hand, and the divine realm tablet slowly fell. He cast an incantation seal and sent it flying. The body of the steel flickered with a glazed light that spread out continuously. The golden light within the glass shone, and there were chains that flickered. The monster's clone had been locked by the divine realm tablet's chain of laws earlier, so it was still in a state of shock and struggled even more violently. Bang! The giant true devil spirit's hand finally shattered, and the monster twisted its body with great difficulty. The 36 swords stabbed into its body, and silver sword light spread across its body, wantonly destroying it. The foul chi of the netherworld continuously burst out. Seeing the divine realm tablet flying toward it, it opened its mouth and roared. It spat out a stream of gray air. What? Xianxia was taken aback. He could vaguely see a mountain spinning in the gray air. It was his Tusada heavenly peak, and it attacked directly under the influence of the foul air of the netherworld. He sucked in a cold breath. If that thing hit the divine realm tablet, God knew what the consequences would be. He hurriedly made a hand seal, and the divine realm tablet suddenly became sluggish. Then it changed the direction of space and flew back. The monster stretched out its 5 fingers and grabbed the Tusada peak in its hand. Other than the original 4 colors, it was now gray. The 5-colored light spread out and shone on its body. Bang! 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 Under the 5-colored light, the northern heaven's cold star swords were jolted out one by one. Xianxia was dumbfounded. Not only had that thing refined the Tusada heavenly peak, but it had also directly fused the foul energy of the netherworld into it, refining it to the 5th level. When Ling Moody explained to him about the production of Tusada heavenly peak, he clearly said that it was extremely difficult to grasp the progress of each level and that it required a great deal of effort. But how long had it been since this thing was obtained from Tusada heavenly peak? Boom! The monster's head suddenly exploded, turning into dust. It was Xianxia who had rushed over and smashed his head. He frowned and said, "He died so easily. Could it be a clone too?" "Be careful," Xianxia cried out. Dust and sand swirled around the monster that had its head blown up, forming another head. It grabbed the Tusada peak and threw it over. "Earth element spirit, you can't even be killed," Xianxia said. "Be careful," Xianxia shouted. "Be careful. Don't touch that mountain peak." Although Xianxia also knew that this Tusada peak was extraordinary, he did not think too much about it. He just struck out with his palm normally and suddenly sensed that something was wrong. The 5-colored light smashed against the palm and the palm force immediately collapsed. A vast and enormous force pressed down. Fortunately, Xianxia had warned him in time, which made him put his guard up. He immediately withdrew his palm and retreated. But even so, he was still swept by the 5-colored light. He felt his body shake, and his chi and blood almost spurted out of his throat. When Monster saw that Xianxia had dodged it, he grabbed the Tusada peak back and swept a cold glance at the two of them before flying back to the ground. Xianxia was a little dumbfounded. He stood there, not knowing what to do. The Tusada heavenly peak was a perfect match for this earth-type spirit. When the two combined, their power multiplied. No one knew how to subdue it. They could only watch as it plunged into the ground and disappeared. Xianxia came back to his senses and said in shock, "How can that mountain be so strong? Just the 5-colored light was like a mountain pressing down on me, almost suffocating me. If I had been hit directly, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. "If I'm hit," Xianxia said, "I'll probably be crushed to pieces." Xianxia was extremely shocked. At their level, there were very few things in the world that could kill them, but the Tusada Sky Peak was definitely one of them. "You don't have to worry too much," Xianxia said. "I found that this thing has absorbed the foul soil of the netherworld, and its attack speed has slowed down a lot. As long as you don't underestimate your enemy, it'll be very difficult for you to be hit." Xianxia said with lingering fear, "This is the balance of creation. If that thing had speed, then this monster would be invincible. I don't think he stole the Tusada heavenly peak just to use it as a weapon," Xianxia said. "It's also very beneficial to his own cultivation, so it's hard to make him spit it back." "Then, Yingluo has given up?" Xianxia asked. Xianxia frowned and snorted. "How is that possible? It's just that I can't think of a way to deal with it at the moment, and Darren is not willing to use your full strength." Xianxia's body trembled and he smiled awkwardly. "What are you saying, brother Xianxia? I've exhausted myself in the battle just now. I'm already doing my best." Xianxia did not comment, but just stood there in deep thought. Xianxia felt a little embarrassed and did not disturb him. Instead, he retreated to a distance and began to observe the heaven-patrolling bulldog. Xiao's pupils suddenly constricted, as if something had happened. His face turned nervous. Inside the Divine Realm tablet, Xiao immediately materialized on Mount Inch and asked in surprise, "You're here." Yuan Gaohan, who had been waiting for a long time, said with a solemn expression, "I've already arrived at Jiangyu City. Where are you now?" "What a coincidence," Xiao said. "I'm in trouble now." Yuan Gaohan's brow wrinkled, seemingly extremely unhappy. "This is the border of the western regions. With your ability, what trouble can you cause?" "It's a long story," Xiao said. "I'll ask Chen Yunyu to come and pick you up first." "Chen Jiyu, are you afraid that it's not enough?" Yuan Gaohan asked worriedly. "So serious?" Xiao was shocked. "Is that serious? Could it be that Wei Qing has personally come?" Yuan Gaohan replied, "I don't know for now. I'm just being followed. The stalker is not simple. They most likely have an ulterior motive for my second soul." He frowned and asked, "You're not in Jiangyu City? Why can't my main body sense the existence of my soul?" "You're in Wutian in Jiangyu City at the moment," Xiao said. "I'll ask Yifan, Chen Jiu, and Baiming Nan to pick you up. I'll think of a way to solve the problem at hand first." Yuan Gaohan nodded. "If it's dangerous, I can stay in the Divine Realm tablet. I've waited for so long. There's no need to be in a hurry. Well, I'll solve the problem at hand first, and then invite them into the pot," Xiao said. Yuan Gaohan's eyes flashed with coldness as he coldly said, "I also want to know who is stirring up trouble in the holy region. This time, we must completely expose them." "Wei Qing?" Xiao asked suspiciously. "Are you not guessing Wei Qing?" "I hope it's only Wei Qing," Yuan Gaohan snorted. Seeing that he was unwilling to say more, Xiao did not ask. Instead, he summoned Chen Yunyu into the Divine Realm tablet, and at the same time, called Yifan and Baiming Nan to tell them about the matter in detail. When Chen Yunyu saw Yuan Gaohan's second soul, she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. At the same time, she said in great joy, "No wonder Sir and Sir Pajun are so confident. It's a sure win. He has to go through the test of the rules of the heavenly martial realm before he can merge his two souls," Xiao said. "So he can't merge them in the Divine Realm tablet. I have to find a way to deal with the earth spirit outside." "What?" Yuan Gaohan was shocked. "The spirit of the earth element, one of the 5 elements." He scolded unhappily. "When will you stop worrying? With your current strength, it's rare for anyone below divine transcendence to be your match. I thought that following you would be much safer, but you went to provoke the spirit of 5 elements that even divine transcendence would not dare to touch." "I didn't want to," Xiao said with a wry smile. "Now, a very important profound level weapon has been taken away by that thing and I'm having a headache." "I don't care," Yuan Gaohan snorted coldly. "Just don't mess up my big plan. Otherwise, I'm not done with you." "Earth spirit?" Baiming Nan suddenly asked. "Could it be the 18 ancient star bird?" "Oh?" Xiao was overjoyed. "Does Big Brother Jinan know the way to crack it?" "Although this monster isn't the 18 ancient star bird, it's born from the foul chi of the netherworld that the 18 ancient star bird transformed into after its death. Its strength is already close to divine transcendence. If it's born from the earth elemental essence of the 18 ancient star bird after its death, its power will definitely be much weaker than before," said Baimang. "The heaven patrolling bull and your lightning god art are both wood-type powers, so they should be able to counter it. It has taken the Tushita heavenly peak, and it has directly merged with the foul soil of the netherworld," Xiao said with a wry smile. "Now it is shining with 5 colors." Baiming Nan's mouth was wide open in shock as he waved his hands repeatedly. "You're on your own. Xiao Yezi. Let's go." "Xiao. Hee. Goodbye, Big Brother Xiao," Yifan said with a smile. "Goodbye." He directly took out Noah's ship, and the golden light instantly wrapped around the 3 of them, and they disappeared in a flash. Yuan Gaohan also snorted, then turned around and flew into Mount Inch. Feeling depressed, Xiao had no choice but to summon up his courage and go to Lingmu Di. On a huge rock, in the formation formed by countless starlight stones, the body of the gourd little King Kong sat cross-legged. Above the gourd little Vajra, the Lingmu Di's soul appeared. He was wearing a green muslin robe and had a handsome face with sharp edges. His hands were placed on his knees, and he looked peaceful. Star power continuously gushed out from the formation, nourishing his soul. He was also cultivating Yuan Gaohan's Starlight Soul technique. Ahem, Lord Mu Di. Yunxiao coughed a few times in embarrassment, interrupted the Mu Lingdi's cultivation, and told him what had happened. Ling Mu Di frowned and said, "Five-colored light? Don't be fooled. Even its predecessor, the 18 ancient star bird, could not refine the Tusada heavenly mountain so quickly. However, from what you've said, this thing should have an extremely high intelligence and has a certain level of control over the Tusada peak." He paused for a moment, then raised his eyes to look at Yunxiao and said, "At the very least, the Tusada peak is more powerful in its hands than in your hands." "Then, my lord," Yunxiao said awkwardly, "please help me get the mountain back." Ling Mu Di snorted and looked down at the body of the gourd little King Kong. He said, "This piece of scrap metal is not even enough for Tushita Tian to smash it. If I go out and fight that thing, it will be deflated." Yunxiao was sweating profusely as he said, "What should we do then? We can't just give up, can we?" "You're the only one who can restrain the Tusada peak," Ling Mu Di said. "The combination of 5 earth elements can only be broken by the strongest wood element. Don't forget the purple thunder in your body." Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. He stretched out his hand, and a purple mist slowly surged out of his palm, gradually gathering into thunder and flashing. "It's fine inside the tablet. I can use the power of the tablet to suppress and control it. Once it's out of the tablet, the power I can use is very small. Tisk, tsk. It's indeed purple lightning." Ling Mu Di licked his lips, his eyes shining. "Don't be so ignorant. The power of the 5 elements in the realm of heavenly martial arts is not balanced. Among them, the extreme power of the wood element, the Zifu world-destroying sacred thunder, is far stronger than the other 4 elements, because this thing is not born from heaven and earth, but condensed by the realm power, and can destroy everything." He added, "If it was the complete 7-colored Tusada peak, even a saint weapon would not be able to break it, but it still can't block the world-destroying sacred thunder. This divine lightning is formed from the laws of this realm. To put it bluntly, it represents the Tao of this realm itself." "I understand what you're saying," Yunxiao said, "but even if I try my best, I can only use this thing once. I'm afraid it's not enough." "One chance is enough," Ling Mu Di sneered. "You'll have to rely on your intelligence to make up for the rest." Yunxiao, he. After Ling Mu Di finished speaking, he closed his eyes again and ignored him. Yunxiao held the purple thunder in his hand and felt the surging power. Although the light was as weak as a spark, it had a sense of sacredness and vastness, as if there was a world of its own in the thunder endless. In the next moment, his soul form returned to his main body, and he said to Tian Xingzi, "My lord, I've already thought of a way to deal with that monster. Please do your best to help me." "Brother Yunxiao, please give me your orders." "There's no need to be so polite," Tian Xingzi hurriedly said. "If it weren't for you, you old fox, not putting in any effort, you would have been able to fight that monster with your cultivation base alone, and there wouldn't have been so much trouble," Yunxiao thought to himself. But on the surface, he still said politely, "I'm truly grateful for elder brother's loyalty." At this moment, Che Yu was cultivating in the divine realm tablet and comprehending the heaven and earth no sword, so he didn't want to disturb him unless he had to. Moreover, Yuan Gaohan's situation was still unclear, and Che Yu was definitely his last trump card. Tian Xingzi replied, "It's only right. It's only right. If you have any instructions, just tell me directly." "I need you to create an opportunity for me," Yunxiao said. "I need you to do it. I have a technique that can break its earth element spirit body, but I can only use it once with all my strength, so I need a chance. This buy-in." Tian Xingzi hesitated for a moment and cursed in his heart. "Isn't this clearly letting me be a meat shield to create opportunities for you?" He said, "I'm afraid that thing's strength has already reached divine transcendence. Furthermore, the foul energy of the netherworld was extremely strong here, and it was his home ground. He has also taken your treasure, and this old brother is not at his peak state right now. Of course it doesn't matter if you urge me to fight him. Even if I die, I'm not afraid. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to complete the task and will let down this old brother. When he saw Yunxiao's eyes turn cold, he hurriedly changed his tone. Yunxiao gave him a sideways glance and said, "Since you're not afraid of death, then go and try. At most, you'll just die." Tianxingzi's chest tightened, and he said, this swan and I, this isn't good, right? Besides, I only promised you that I'd keep you safe and sound in Wuxian, but I didn't promise to be your fighter. Are you saying that everything you said just now was nonsense, brother? Yunxiao said coldly. Of course, this Xianxia is not a Xianxia. Tianxingzi wiped his sweat, not knowing how to answer. That monster's strength was extraordinary, and he did not want to fight it rashly. Moreover, he still had lingering fears about the Tusita Peak, so how could he be willing to risk his life for someone else? However, Yunxiao had the Great Expansion Divine Technique, which would inevitably make him an important figure in the exploration of the eternal world, so he had to be on good terms with him. Especially now that he had completely shed all pretenses of cordiality with the Soul Devourer sect. He had to find a reliable ally to enter the eternal world, and Yunxiao was the best candidate. After thinking through this, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, then I'll risk my old bones and give it a try. I hope that brother Yunxiao will remember this friendship of mine in the future." Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and kept nodding with a smile. "Don't worry, brother. I won't forget. At the same time, I'll get the bullfighting bull to cooperate with you." After Iron Bull was sent flying, he had been watching from the sky and didn't make a move. Yunxiao flew to his side and whispered in his ear. The bull let out a few neighs and stomped its hooves a few times before walking down from the sky. Once again, it stomped on the ground, creating an endless green grid as it began to search for traces of the monster. The two men and one bull walked in the air for a while. Suddenly, the patrolling bulldog's eyes turned green and it charged down with a roar. When it was sent flying by the monster earlier, it was also filled with anger. But he had only promised to help Yunxiao find it, so he had been too lazy to do so. Now that he had received Ling Mudi's order, he was no longer going to be polite. Two rays of green light shot out from the horns, turning into a circle of light and falling into the ground. Boom! A large amount of dust was lifted up, and a gray ring of light was reflected upwards, hitting the heaven-patrolling bulldog directly and exploding with a PA sound. It was as if countless whips had left deep marks on it, and its body was covered in gray marks. The heaven-patrolling bulldog was furious. It was the soul of the true spirit and was extremely proud. Its huge head lowered and it opened its mouth to spit out a circular ring of light. The ring of light expanded to several acres in size. It was the Nine Heavens Daluo hoop, and it pressed down on the ground. Boom! A layer of gray light surged from the ground and directly blocked the Great Luo ring. The heaven-patrolling bulldog descended from the sky and stomped down. There was a huge tremor, and countless huge runes flew out from the Nine Heavens Daluo ring. The gray light was on the verge of collapsing. Suddenly, a five-colored light shot out from the ground, and the Tusita heavenly peak flew out. The mountain rose from the ground and reached the clouds. Bang! The Nine Heavens Daluo hoop was shattered into pieces, turning into a red light and flying back into the heaven-patrolling bulldog's body. The heaven-patrolling bulldog was also catapulted out with an endless roar of unwillingness and disappeared without a trace. "Now!" Yunxiao shouted. "Brother, it's time." Tianxingzi was shocked by the power of the Tusita Peak and wiped his sweat. However, he was also an expert of his generation. Since he had made his decision, he didn't hesitate in the slightest. He instantly landed on the ground, pulled out Soul Slayer Saber, and fiercely stabbed it into the ground. Boom! A huge saber shadow appeared on the saber, instantly splitting the earth and shooting out countless streams of foul chi of the netherworld. Roar, roar! The monster's angry roar came from the ground. A huge claw reached out and slapped toward Tianxingzi. Humph! Tianxingzi sneered and slapped his palm on the blade. In an instant, a huge, dazzling light shot out. The saber spirit emerged from the light and opened its arms to embrace the big hand. Boom! The saber spirit grabbed the hand and pulled it up into the sky. The monster's body was pulled out of the ground like a carrot. After the Tusada heavenly mountain shattered the 9 heavens Dolua loop, it fell to the ground. The monster roared again and again. It opened its hand and made a grabbing motion, causing the Tusada peak to fly over. Xianxia's pupils contracted, and he pulled Soul Slayer saber from the ground with both hands and slashed in the air. A huge slash shot into the sky, directly splitting the entire world into two. A huge chasm appeared in the sky, like a galaxy, but also like an abyssal crack. The Tusada heavenly peak fell into the crack of the world and disappeared. The monster was shocked and frightened. It slapped the saber spirit with both hands, broke free from the restraints, and turned to escape. However, Xianxia had already blocked its path of retreat. He made hand seals with one hand, and the surrounding scene changed. Countless spots of light flickered around the monster like fireflies. Star Prison. The light spots seemed to have locked the space, and the monster's body froze. "Brother, now is the time," Xianxia shouted. The world that had been split open was slowly healing, and the ravines kept disappearing. 5 colored rays of light shot out, and the Tusada peak flew towards the monster. Xianxia was startled and hurriedly said, "Hurry up, brother! I can't take it if that thing flies back." Xianxia had already transformed into a thunder body, and he was now as swollen as a balloon. He held the hammer high, the ancient Maha character flickering on it, and a purple dragon the size of an earthworm swimming around on the surface of the hammer. The moment Tusada peak appeared, he knew that he could not wait any longer. He immediately teleported down and appeared above the monster, smashing down with his hammer. "Go to hell!" The lightning on the heavenly hammer spread, and it ruthlessly fell down with a long tail. Boom! With a loud sound in the sky, the purple lightning shot out and quickly entered the monster's body. The monster's eyes widened, and they were filled with fear. Bang! Before it could even wail, its entire body exploded. Countless lightning bolts shot out from within and instantly shattered its body. Countless soil and rocks were turned into smoke by the lightning. A ray of dim light shot out from the explosion and headed towards the Tusada peak. However, dust filled the air and a large amount of foul energy of the netherworld dispersed, so neither of them noticed it. Xianxia breathed a heavy sigh of relief, and his body of lightning returned to normal in an instant. His whole body was pale, as if all his blood had been sucked dry, and blood vessels could be clearly seen on his skin. Xianxia's heart trembled as he looked at Xianxia in horror. Even he had felt the danger of death from the power of the blow just now, and his heart was palpitating. "Did you succeed?" Xianxia regained his senses and suppressed the shock in his heart. He looked at the dust in the sky and muttered, "Yes, that thing is most likely dead. Even if he doesn't die, he won't be able to grow in a short period of time." "The filthy soil of the netherworld has been scattered," Xianxia said as he looked ahead. "I wonder if we can still collect it." The dust carried an extremely strong aura of death and ash as it flew towards the two, but it was blocked by a faint layer of light, unable to hurt the two. As the Tusada heavenly peak slowly flew over, Xianxia performed an incantation gesture with his left hand and made a grabbing motion with his right hand. The energy in his palm turned into a vortex, attracting the mountain to fall. Xianxia was shocked again. Looking at the faint white light, he cried out, "Spiritual energy." Xianxia nodded. "I got some by chance. This mountain is towering and majestic. Can't be controlled without the power of spirit." He carefully guided the mountain towards his palm. After all, it had only been 4 colors before. Now it had suddenly turned into a 5-colored light. He did not dare to be careless. The mountain peak slowly fell and directly touched his palm. Only then did he heave a heavy sigh of relief. All of a sudden, a sense of extreme danger welled up in his heart without any warning, causing his hair to stand on end and an extremely suppressed emotion to surge in his heart. What? The Tusada peak in his palm suddenly turned and crashed towards his chest. Bang! Without any warning, Xianxia was smashed into pieces. As soon as the mountain landed, it shone with a 5-colored light, then blasted open the space and flew straight into it, disappearing. Ah! Xianxia was dumbfounded, but it was too late to make a move. With a flash of lightning, Yunxiao's body was formed in an instant, and he kept coughing up blood. Xianxia's eyelids twitched, and he was even more shocked. Yunxiao's body of thunder element was almost the same as those spirits of 5 elements. But he was still not dead after being hit by such a heavy blow. "Brother, are you all right?" he asked with concern. Yunxiao vomited a few mouthfuls of blood in a row as he swayed in the sky, the lightning around him flickering. "I can't even stand properly. Do you think I'm okay?" "Eh? Then what do we do now?" Xianxia asked. Yunxiao's face was extremely unsightly. He swallowed a few medicinal pills before he could stabilize himself and said, "This is going to be troublesome. I didn't expect that thing to escape and hide its spirit body in the Tusada Heavenly Peak. I'm heavily injured right now, so it'll be even more difficult to subdue it. Why don't we leave this place first and return to my Myriad Stars Valley? We'll come back after we've recuperated," Xianxia suggested. "No," Yunxiao said. "That thing's body has been destroyed by me, and only its spirit body is left hiding in the Tusada Heavenly Mountain. If it's given time to refine and transform into a body of the mountain, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to subdue it again." Moreover, he still had Yuan Gaohan's matters to attend to, so he had to wait for Yifan and the others to return before he could leave. Those who wanted to deal with Yuan Gaohan were also from the Holy Region, so Xianxia might not be willing to protect them. If it involved benefits, it wouldn't be surprising if they suddenly turned against him. "Please protect me, brother," Yunxiao said. "I'll stabilize my injuries first." Although he was in a hurry, he was not too worried. Other than Cheiyu, there were also experts like Baiming Nan and Fei and I, as well as Xianxia, enough to control the situation. Xianxia said, "Good. Since little brother insists on staying, then you can recuperate at ease. I also have some medicine that might be of use." He generously handed over a few jade bottles. Yunxiao's eyes flickered with surprise when he opened it, but he quickly swallowed it with great joy. Xianxia was stunned. He said in surprise, "Brother, you're too anxious. The medicinal power of these pills is too strong. I'm afraid it'll only harm you instead." "It's fine," Yunxiao said with a smile. Under Xianxia's extreme shock, Yunxiao took out a large number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures again, and swallowed them without even looking at them. It took him an hour to recover from his injuries at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xianxia was completely dumbfounded. He finally understood why Chen Yunyu was still seriously injured when the general, who was Tian Yuezi's clone, had injured the 2 men with 1 palm, while Yunxiao had recovered. He had thought that Yunxiao was uninjured, but now his knowledge was completely subverted. Suddenly, there was a flash of golden light in the sky. The space collapsed toward a point, and a passage appeared. Xianxia was shocked and immediately became alert. His eyes shot out a cold light and he shouted, "Who is it?" A golden battleship came out of the passage. It was Noah's ship. "Master," Chen Yuyu shouted. "It's US." Xianxia frowned and his gaze swept across the other people on the battleship. Finally, his eyes landed on one person and he revealed a shocked expression. Lord Yuan Gaohan, the head of the spiritualist division of the Holy Region. The man's expression was calm. Chen Yuyu had already told him everything. He immediately cupped his fists and said, "It's this Yuan. I didn't expect to meet the Myriad Stars Valley's master here. It's really my good fortune." Suspicion flickered in Xianxia's heart, and he glanced at Yunxiao, who was healing his wounds, from the corner of his eye. "Could it be that your excellency is here for younger brother Yunxiao?" "That's right," Yuan Gaohan said. "What about Yunxiao? Was he injured by the earth spirit?" Xianxia sighed. "That's right. That thing is very cunning and difficult to deal with." He then briefly explained what had happened. "What?" Yifan asked in shock. "Will big brother Yunxiao be all right?" He made a few hand seals and put Noah's ship away with a face full of concern. This scene entered Xianxia's eyes and he was shocked. He had also heard rumors about Noah's ship, and the aura that the golden battleship gave him was very powerful. It was most likely Noah's ship. He couldn't help but look at Yifan a few more times. "Don't worry, he won't die," Yuan Gaohan said. "The foul air here is extremely heavy. It's better to find another place to heal." "You can't," Bai Mingnen said. "Do Shui Heavenly Peak is lost and must be found." Yuan Gaohan frowned. He did not know who Beifeng Nan was, but he felt that the aura he gave off was very strange. But when he thought about Yunxiao, who was a monster himself, it was not surprising that birds of a feather would flock together. Humph. Get it back? How was he going to find her in this situation? Furthermore, there was an unknown enemy behind them. Let's leave the danger zone first, then we'll think about it. It's easy to leave, but it won't be easy to find Do Shui Heavenly Peak again. Bai Ming Nanfeng's brows furrowed slightly before relaxing. Tianxingzi said, "That monster is indeed not simple. Now that its body has been destroyed and it has only occupied the Tusada Peak for a short time, it is indeed the best opportunity to pursue it." However, Brother Yunxiao's condition was extremely bad at the moment, and it seemed that there were still foreign enemies according to Lord Yuan Gaohan. After weighing the two options, I also think it's better to retreat first. He also had a plan in his heart. Before, Yunxiao had asked him to ensure his safety in Wutian, but he did not understand why. Now, Yuan Gaohan's sudden appearance and the mention of foreign enemies made him understand. An enemy who could make things difficult for the head of a department in the Holy Region was definitely not a simple person. He immediately incited them to leave. "You can't." Yunxiao suddenly opened his eyes. Although his breath was still very weak, he seemed to have stabilized his injuries and stopped them from spreading. "The monster is still in Wutian. If we delay too long and let him refine Tusada Heavenly Peak and leave, it will be difficult to catch up with him, and even if we do, we will not be his match." "Then what good plan do you have?" Yuan Gaohan asked. "Seal this place first." Yunxiao raised his hand, and the Divine Realm tablet flew out of his palm, shining brightly. Countless golden chains flew out of the steel and spread in all directions like a spider web, covering thousands of miles in an instant. Upon closer inspection, these chains were all made up of countless tiny runes. After forming a huge net in the air, they swayed a few times before disappearing in a flash. Tianxingzi looked at the Divine Realm tablet in horror. It was like an immortal monument that stood in the sky. "Even if you seal off this world, it's impossible for you to subdue that monster with your current ability," Yuan Gaohan said. "Let's take one step at a time," Yunxiao said. "You guys go into the Divine Realm tablet first. Since you insist on doing it, no one can change your mind. Be careful," Yuan Gaohan said. He thought for a moment and stretched out his hand. A small blue flag fell into his hand and he said, "I'll give this 3/7 blue flag to you. It might have a miraculous effect when combined with the power of the Divine Realm tablet." Yunxiao's face was still pale as he said, "Many thanks." He unceremoniously grabbed the small flag in his hand and cast several incantation seals into it before casually throwing it out. With a flash of blue light, the small flag instantly disappeared into the void. Yuan Gaohan and the others all flew into the Divine Realm tablet, leaving Tianxingzi there motionless. "What?" Yunxiao gave him a look and asked, "My lord, are you going to help me outside?" Tianxingzi chuckled and said, "A transcendent grade profound level weapon with its own world inside. My younger brother's luck is really enviable. I've heard that the owner of a profound level weapon is the master of the inner world. Is that true?" "You're right," Yunxiao said. Tianxingzi said, "Hey, you're really making me jealous to death. I'll just stand guard outside for you." Yunxiao smiled and said nothing. He knew that Tianxingzi did not dare to go in, so he did not force him and continued to regulate his breathing. All of a sudden, a golden light flashed a few thousand feet away, and the sound of chains clattering was heard. A 5-colored light flew out, and a mountain peak suddenly appeared, trying to escape. Yunxiao changed his incantation gesture, and a golden net appeared in the sky. Countless tiny characters gathered toward the five-colored light, forming a huge ancient Maha character in the air. Boom! The mountain crashed into the Maha ancient character, and it instantly shattered. However, the mountain's momentum was also blocked, and it continued to spin in the air. Xianxia performed another incantation gesture with both hands, and a blue light fell from the sky, turning into a huge flag. The Tusada heavenly peak trembled and shattered the surrounding space. It disappeared before the blue light landed. Xianxia said, "That thing seems to be not as good as it used to be. There is a good chance of getting it back." Xianxia nodded and said, "It has just attached itself to the Tusada heavenly peak, so it does not have the ability to completely merge with it. Therefore, the power it can exert is not as great as before. That's why I'm in a hurry to take it back." "Are you all right?" Xianxia asked with concern. "It's not a problem to besiege this thing," Xianxia said. "The problem is that the enemy is coming." Xianxia's pupils shrank. He raised his head and looked into the distance. Two rays of light flew over, flashing in the sky at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, he appeared in front of them. One of them had an ugly face, but he was very young, about 30 years old. The other person was completely covered in a gray robe, and his true appearance could not be seen, giving off a mysterious feeling. "Who are you?" the ugly young man asked with a frown, his face full of evil. Xianxia looked up at him with a hint of surprise in his eyes, but he continued to regulate his breathing, and a vast amount of primordial energy poured into his body like a tidal wave. This whale-like absorption method made the middle-aged man extremely shocked. Not far away, Xianxia's expression was calm, and he did not even look at him. Just by standing there, he had the aura of a mountain and was imposing without being angry. "Li Yunxiao? Xianxia?" A cry of surprise came from the black-robed man, as if he could not believe it. "What? It's them!" The young man cried out in shock and fear. Xianxia then turned his head, and his eyes were like stars, as if he wanted to see through some obstacles. "To be able to recognize the two of us, he can't be an unknown person. Who is it? State your name." The black-robed man seemed to be silent for a moment before he said, "Are you the helpers that Yuan Gaohan found?" "Yes," Xianxia said. So what if I'm not?" the black-robed man said. "If not, I hope the two of you can stand by and do nothing. The less trouble, the better. If that's the case, then we'll be in trouble." "Trouble? There are not many things in the world that can trouble me and the master of Myriad Stars Valley," Xianxia said with a smile. Xianxia's eyelids twitched, and he cursed Xianxia for being an old fox. He had not figured out the situation yet, and he had been dragged into the water. The black-robed man said, "Martial Emperor Vanquisher was born by possessing an innate fetus. His opportunities and skills are better than before. The master of Myriad Stars Valley is also famous in the world. If the two of you join forces, there will indeed be few troubles in the world. However, there is no such thing as a coincidence in the world. Even if the two of you interfere in today's matter, it will be very troublesome." "Oh!" Xianxia lazily stretched his back and said, "You're making me so scared. Should I kowtow and beg for mercy?" "Sir Pajun is injured?" the black-robed man asked indifferently. "Do you want to treat me?" Xianxia asked. The black-robed man replied, "Hee, my lord must be joking. My lord, you are a 9th-tier great alchemist, and I dare not show off. I just want to say that if the two of you have nothing to do with Yuan Gaohan, I hope you can do me a favor and not get involved in this mess. If it's related, I'll compensate you with whatever benefits Yuan Gaohan has given you." Xianxia snorted. "You want us to retreat with just a sentence from you? Don't you think you're very childish?" Although he still looked tough on the surface, he could already feel the seriousness of the matter. The fact that the other party could recognize them at a glance and even expose Xianxia's identity, and could still remain calm and composed under such circumstances, and even ask them to retreat, showed that they were really in a mess and he did not want to get into big trouble for no reason. The black-robed man's hand flashed, and a ray of light shot out. Xianxia stretched out his hand and grabbed, and a black metal-like token fell into his hand. There were no patterns or words on it, and it was not smooth either. There were even pockmarks on it like a piece of pig iron, but it was extremely heavy. A trace of suspicion flashed through Xianxia's eyes, but it instantly shot out a cold light. He felt a chill coming from that piece of pig iron and said in surprise, "You're a secret agent of the Holy Region." "Yes," the black-robed man replied. "A dark agent would never act on his own initiative, and it must be an order from above. My lords, do you understand how troublesome this matter is?" Xianxia was shocked. Only the 5 rulers of the Holy Region could mobilize the dark agents. "Which lord wants this?" "I'm sorry, but I can't tell you," the black-robed man said. "I'm not interested in interfering with the internal affairs of your Holy Region, but don't forget Lord Yuan Gaohan's master," Xianxia sneered. The man's entire body was covered in a black robe, devouring all light like a black hole, making it impossible for anyone to see him in person. "I know, but I'm only following orders. The rest has nothing to do with me." The black-robed man kept the token and said, "Now, it's time for the 2 of you to express your position." Xianxia hesitated. He did not want to get involved, but it was not convenient for him to express his opinion alone, so he could only look at Yunxiao. Yunxiao breathed out and slowed down the spirit chi vortex that was pouring into his body. "I'd like to know how you're going to deal with Yuan Gaohan. Are you going to kill him or capture him, or do you have any other purpose?" "I can't tell you that either," the black-robed man replied. "All right," Yunxiao said. "I have no comment on our opinion, either." Xianxia was taken aback. He did not want to be tied to the same worship as Yunxiao, let alone the opponent was a saint. "Although I won't interfere with the affairs of the Holy Region, Brother Yunxiao and I appreciate each other and are as close as brothers. I won't let you hurt my brother. I hope the 2 of you will consider it carefully." He made his position clear with one sentence. He did not want to go against the sacred zone, but he would protect Yunxiao. Even if something happened in the future, he would not blame himself but Yunxiao. "That's troublesome," the black-robed man said. "Sir Pajun, is there really no way to turn things around?" Yunxiao suddenly had an idea. He grinned and said, "It's not like there's no room for negotiation. I lost a very important profound armament here before. If the 2 of you can help me find it, this matter can still be turned around." "What profound level weapon?" the middle-aged man asked. "Hee." The black-robed man suddenly laughed. "Sir Pajun is such a schemer. You lost something yourself, but you want to trick us into finding it." "I'm just suggesting a way to improve our relationship," Yunxiao said with a smile. "I'm just suggesting a way. If the profound level weapon is found, will you not interfere in Yuan Gaohan's matter?" the black-robed man asked. "I can't agree to that so easily," Yunxiao said. "I can only agree to consider it." "Master, you're joking," the middle-aged man said angrily. "There's no clear answer." The black-robed man raised his hand and interrupted his anger. "I wonder what you lost, sir. Tell us so we can make a decision." "There's an evil spirit here," Yunxiao said. "When I used a mystic artifact to deal with it, it was possessed by it, and it escaped. However, I've already sealed off the space within 1,000 miles, making it impossible for him to leave for a short period of time." The 2 of them raised their heads and looked at the divine realm tablet floating in the void. Surprise flashed in their eyes. The black-robed man said, "What a powerful weapon accumulation. Even Lord Vanquisher and Lord Xianxia can't deal with that monster. What can the 2 of us do?" "That evil spirit is extremely cunning," Yunxiao said. "I was also injured by it. If the 2 of you are willing to help, there's an 8.9% chance that we can take it down." "All right, since Lord Pajun has spoken, I can't just stand by and do nothing," the black-robed man said. "Sir, please," the middle-aged man was shocked and hurriedly said, "His promise is ambiguous. What if he goes back on it?" "I believe that Lord Pajun will give me a satisfactory decision," the black-robed man interrupted. Yunxiao blinked and smiled. "Do I know you? You actually have this much confidence in me?" The black-robed man chuckled. "I believe that you're a smart man and know what to do. Now, let the evil spirit show itself." I also want to see what kind of existence the monster that has caused Lord Pajun and Lord Xianxia a headache is. All right, Yunxiao said. Then watch carefully. He made a hand seal with one hand, and an ancient Maha character appeared and entered the Divine Realm tablet directly. Suddenly, a brilliant light illuminated the entire sky. Under the bright light, the dense golden chains appeared like a spider web. The middle-aged man's face was filled with shock as the tiny golden chain pierced through his body. Although the black-robed man's face could not be seen clearly, the slight trembling of his body revealed that he was not calm at all. Yunxiao changed the incantation gesture in his hand, and suddenly, a white light surged up not far in front of him, instantly turning into a 5-colored mountain peak that kept spinning on the chain, shattering the tiny characters into golden light and shooting in all directions. The Tusida Heavenly Peak's movements were extremely slow, and the monster was clearly unable to control it. However, as it continued to spin with all its might, the space there continued to rise, as if it was going to break through. Everyone, please attack, Yunxiao shouted. I can't hold it back any longer. Xianxia raised his hand, and a huge hand instantly formed in the sky, like an eagle's claw. Ka! The 5 fingers of the eagle claw clamped down on the Tusida Peak, but with a flash of 5-colored light, the entire claw shadow was shattered and a huge boom was heard. Clang! The chain of laws that stretched out of the Divine Realm tablet suddenly broke, and countless words were bounced away, turning into golden light spots that scattered all over the sky. The monster seemed to have noticed the unfavorable situation and wanted to fight to the death. The middle-aged man was shocked. What profound level weapon is this? It's so powerful. The black-robed man moved and shouted, Attack! His long robe fluttered, and he flew out directly. His entire person was completely gone, and only his black robe was fluttering in the sky. It grew bigger and bigger like a blanket covering over. The 5-colored light was suppressed by the black robe and immediately weakened. The Tusida Peak turned around and tried to escape into the distance. Tanxingzi was shocked and said, You are Bayan? The black-robed man suddenly shouted, Stop it! The middle-aged man had already formed an incantation gesture, and a light flickered on his fingertip as he pointed forward. A ball of light appeared in front of him, then split into 2. There seemed to be a living creature moving in the light ball. It exploded with a pop, and the living creature stretched out. It turned out to be 3 strange and extremely disgusting monsters. Wah! The 3 monsters let out a loud cry and charged towards the Tusida Peak. The one in the lead shot out countless tentacles from its body and grabbed at the mountain peak. Pa-pa-pa sounds rang out as all the tentacles softly wrapped around the Tushita sky peak and then retracted. The monster opened its mouth and swallowed it. Gulp! A loud swallowing sound was heard, and Tianxingzi opened his mouth, looking a little stunned. On the other hand, Yunxiao frowned slightly as he looked at the 3 monsters, as if he was thinking about something. Ha ha ha, my golem 8-clawed ape is still the best. The ape's stomach is filled with a highly corrosive liquid, and it's very difficult to get the mountain out once it's inside. Ha ha ha! The middle-aged man was overjoyed and became so proud that he forgot himself. But before he could finish, the 8-clawed ape's body changed shape and shot out a 5-colored light. With a bang, it exploded and turned into countless pieces of meat. Ah! The middle-aged man was shocked and said angrily, Damn it! Stop it! Countless tentacles flew out from the other 2 golem 8-clawed apes and shot towards the Tusida Peak. However, as soon as they touched the 5-colored light, they were instantly shattered. Yunxiao stared at the middle-aged man and sneered, Are you here to perform? The middle-aged man's face turned red. He immediately put his hands together and pushed them forward again. He shouted, Explode! The 2 golem 8-clawed apes immediately charged forward, and their bodies expanded. Bang! Bang! With 2 explosions, the impact formed a vortex, sweeping up countless pieces of flesh and blood. Boom! The 5 lights of the Tusida Heavenly Peak paused for a moment under the force of the self-explosion. A black shadow descended, his long robe fluttering in the air as he kept the Tusida Peak. Black Robe immediately transformed into a human and turned in the air. A ray of light flew out of his long sleeve and he shouted, "Lord Pajun, catch it!" The light was black in color, and it wrapped around the Tusada heavenly peak and shot over. "Thank you." Yunxiao was overjoyed. He jumped forward and reached out to grab the mountain. Boom! The mountain suddenly exploded at the moment the tentacle touched it, making an earth-shaking sound. Yunxiao's body was instantly blown into minced meat. Ah! The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, and his mouth was wide open in shock. The black-robed man did not stop after the attack. Instead, he suddenly turned around, and with a black flexible sword in his hand, he suddenly stabbed behind him. Swish! The sound of a sharp weapon piercing through flesh rang out. Blood gradually gathered on the black sword, and Yunxiao's figure slowly appeared. He was pierced by the sword, and blood was dripping from the tip. Yunxiao looked at his chest, and his face was extremely pale. "How did you see through my movement technique?" "Humph!" The black-robed man snorted coldly. "Although Gu Feiyang reincarnated through possession, how could you, who is pregnant with the moon pupil, be killed by my feint without any preparation?" Yunxiao reached out and grabbed the sword, trying to pull it out with force, but it was to no avail. More blood dripped down from his palm. "Gu Feiyang, don't waste your energy." The black-robed man sneered. "After seeing this sword, you should have already guessed my identity. Then you should know that if you are stabbed by my Qitian sword, you will die." Yunxiao's lips trembled as he said in a trembling voice, "So it's you. You, how dare you kill me?" "Ha ha ha." The black-robed man laughed smugly. "Isn't it normal to kill you? You've caused a ruckus in Red Moon City, and everyone in the world knows that you have a saint artifact. The Sanctum has already issued a killing order for you, but it hasn't been widely spread yet. I'm even happier to see you than to see Yuan Gaohan. Ha. So, when you promised to help me find my profound artifact, you had already begun to plan to kill me," Yunxiao said through gritted teeth. "It is. Gu Feiyang," the black-robed man said sarcastically. "It's been decades since we last met. You've become much worse than before. I'm a little disappointed." He thrust the Qitian sword a little harder, and blood oozed out of Yunxiao's right hand and chest. He groaned in pain, turned his head, and cried for help. "Master Tian Xingzi, you said you would protect my safety, Yingluo." Tian Xingzi stood there silently. His expression was gloomy and uncertain. The black-robed man said coldly, "Tian Xingzi follows your lead, which makes me even more certain that I must kill you first. Lord Tian Xingzi, you won't sink into a quagmire for a dying person, right?" He still looked at Tian Xingzi with some fear. Tian Xingzi suddenly laughed. "Of course not. But you must give me that profound-level weapon. Then, I will pretend that I didn't see anything." "You coward!" Yunxiao was shocked and furious. "Ha. Darren has indeed chosen the wise move." The black-robed man licked his lips, glanced at the divine realm tablet in the sky, and grinned hideously. "As long as you don't fight with me over this transcendent-grade profound-level weapon, I can give you anything." He flicked his sleeve and a ray of light appeared on his left hand. The Tusada heavenly peak floated silently in his palm and he handed it over. Tian Xingzi also revealed a happy expression. He chuckled and stepped forward, saying, "I'm really sorry, Brother Yunxiao. Who asked you to die and not have any value?" Yunxiao's face was completely pale, and his eyes were filled with despair, unwillingness, and hatred. Ha. To be able to slowly admire the state of Sir Pajun's death, it really makes one's blood boil and makes one abnormally excited. The black-robed man laughed out loud. 2 rays of cold light shot out from his pitch-black face. They were those eyes. Tian Xingzi laughed lightly and walked in front of him in a few steps. He reached out to grab the Tusada peak. Suddenly, Tian Xingzi's 5 fingers turned into a palm, and the wind and clouds between heaven and earth surged. The palm force was like the collapse of mountains and rivers, the sun and moon crossing the sky, and directly slapped toward the black-robed man. Inging. The black-robed man was shocked and furious. Just as he was about to scold the sect master for cheating, His face instantly turned pale and he was scared out of his wits, because the Tian Xingzi in front of him had become Li Yunxiao. Didn't you have a lot of fun, Xianxia? Why does your face look like you've just eaten shit? With a sneer on the corner of his mouth, Yunxiao thrust his palm forward. The black-robed man's face turned pale. He realized that his Qitian sword had hit nothing. The real Tian Xingzi was still standing in the distance, staring at him with the same mocking expression. Bang! The palm struck into his body. Yunxiao only felt that the palm strike had missed, as if it had hit air. But he laughed hideously and said, "Does this trick work on me?" He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. Suddenly, a force swirled in his palm, and the entire space collapsed toward the center. Bang! The black-robed man's body was pulled out of the void and sent flying. "My lord!" The middle-aged man turned pale with fright and hurriedly flew over. The black-robed man gradually stopped after flying 1,000 feet away. A cold light flashed in his black robe, and his eyes were full of anger. The middle-aged man's heart trembled. He had never seen the black-robed man's eyes filled with such killing intent. He could not help but be shocked. "My lord, are you all right?" The black-robed man snorted heavily. His voice was extremely turbid, and it was obvious that he was injured. He gritted his teeth unwillingly and said, "Your injury was fake." Yunxiao chuckled. "Of course, I'm injured. It's just not as serious as you think." The flesh on Tian Xingzi's face twitched involuntarily for a moment before it returned to normal. The black-robed man's body was heaving with anger as he said, "When did you start using illusions to fool me?" "What do you think?" Yunxiao asked. "You've truly obtained the Tusita Peak within your black robe. When you threw out the fake Tusita Peak to attack me, I saw through it. I was just playing along to lure you into the trap." The black-robed man was shocked, and he felt his hands and feet turn cold. "There's a trick hidden in the technique. First, you cast a small technique to confuse me and let me see through it on purpose, but it's to hide this great illusion technique. Gu Feiyang, you're getting more and more scheming." "It's not that I'm more scheming," Yunxiao said slowly. "It's just that my opponent is you. How can I not be careful? The leader of the Dark Agents, Lord Xianxia. Besides, I'm already injured. If not for that, that palm strike just now would have been enough for you to suffer." "You saw through my identity before I used the Qi Tian sword?" Xianxia asked in surprise. "How is that possible? I don't believe it. Your moon pupils I can't see through my dark art." "My lord," Yunxiao sneered. "You've been cultivating in seclusion in the holy region all day. Is your brain damaged? We must look at the problem from the perspective of development. Darren, you should carve a boat and ask for a sword." Shocked and bewildered, Xianxia looked at Yunxiao's clear eyes, which seemed to be mocking him, and he felt extremely embarrassed. "My lord, please calm down. Don't be angered by the other party," the middle-aged man hurriedly said. Xianxia's heart jolted with shock, but he suppressed his emotions and said, "You're right." Yunxiao's eyes turned to the middle-aged man and said, "What's your relationship with Wuxia?" The middle-aged man's body trembled slightly, and fear flashed across his face. Then, he slowly laughed coldly. "Ha! Sir Pajun really has good eyes. I only made a small move and you saw through it. I, Ishi, have indeed learned a few under Mad Hero." "So, you're Wuxia's godson?" Yunxiao said sarcastically. "I've heard Mad Hero talk about you before." "You coward! What godson? That was pure nonsense. What right does a madman like Wuxia have to be my foster father?" Ishi was so angry that his face turned red. All right, Yunxiao interrupted. "I don't care what your relationship is. It doesn't matter if you're his son or he's your son. I'm asking you, do you want to stay here and die or leave alive?" Ishi's expression changed several times. She glanced at Xianxia and coldly snorted. "I'm afraid it won't be that easy to kill me. I admit that Sir Pajun was once unparalleled, but that was only in the past. Sir also said that we should look at the problem from the perspective of development, not to mention that you are injured now." "You two really can't figure out the situation," Yunxiao said. "Do you think Brother Tian Xingzi beside me is just a decoration? Lord Tianxingzi, I hope you can stand by and watch today, Xianxia said. The higher-ups will give you an explanation in the future. Tianxingzi's expression was extremely gloomy. He was also at a loss and did not want to offend either side. She suddenly said, I remember Master Tianxingzi said, just now that you have to protect Master Po Jun's life. As long as we don't hurt Gu Feiyang's life, Master can stop attacking. This way, we won't go back on our promise. Tianxingzi's eyes flashed as he seemed to be moved. Brother, Yunxiao said coldly, when you choose a side, you can't always take advantage of both sides. It's impossible to take care of both sides. Tianxingzi was shocked. He also understood this logic, but it was difficult to make a decision. Xianxia said, Gu Feiyang has a supreme-grade profound-level weapon. Soon, the whole world will know about it. By then, his enemy will be the whole world. Even if you dare to fight against the saints and save him once, do you still dare to fight against the world and save him forever? The entire atmosphere became extremely oppressive with Tianxingzi's breathing. Lord Xianxia is right. After a while, Tianxingzi said slowly, as if he had made up his mind, and exhaled heavily. Ha ha! Xianxia was overjoyed. As expected of an overlord, my lord. You're indeed wise and decisive. Tianxingzi smiled and raised his hand. You flatter me. I've made up my mind. Lord Xianxia, if you want to live, you should leave quickly. I believe that as long as you hand over the mountain peak, Brother Yunxiao will not make things too difficult for you. What? Xianxia was startled, and his ears perked up as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. What did my lord say? Tianxingzi's expression darkened. He snorted. Xianxia, are you really stupid or are you just pretending? Can't you even understand human language? Xianxia was stunned for a moment before he finally snapped. Tianxingzi, you're really old and muddled. How dare you make an enemy of a saint? You're the old fool, Yunxiao sneered. How dare you talk to your brother like that? Humph. As expected, you're looking for death. I'm only giving you face because you're the secretary of the Sanctuary Division. Since you don't need it anymore, I'll take back my face. Tianxingzi's aura exploded. He raised his hand, and suddenly, the sky and earth surged. A powerful force gathered in his palm. Yunxiao's eyes shone with joy. This was the true extraordinary power. Before this, Tianxingzi did not put in any effort, but when Xianxia forced him to make a choice, he had completely and sincerely sided with Yunxiao. Blue howling tyrant fist. Tianxingzi shouted and clenched his fist. Instantly, all the clouds in the sky were held in his palm. A huge fist shadow appeared in the sky, sweeping across the horizon like a meteor. Run! Xianxia shouted in alarm. With a wave of his black robe, he instantly covered Gu and turned into a black light to escape. Bang! The green fist caught up with the black shadow and shattered it into pieces. A vast force rippled in the air and swept everything. It's a very strange technique. Tianxingzi tilted his head and looked for a while, then said, he really disappeared without a trace. He disappeared from my perception. Yunxiao laughed. Xianxia is the secretary of one of the two most mysterious divisions in the Holy Realm. How could he have sat there for so many years without some real ability? He even took Do Shui Heavenly Peak. Can little brother's eye technique see through his technique? Tianxingzi asked. It's not a big problem under normal circumstances, Yunxiao said, but I'm severely injured at the moment, and it's difficult for me to exert the power of my eye technique to the extreme. I have a certain understanding of Xianxia's dark arts. They won't be able to escape my chains of law, so I'll use this opportunity to recover. Tianxingzi nodded. With brother's technique of swallowing like a whale, it will only take a few minutes for you to fully recover. It won't be too late to kill them then. All of a sudden, a streak of black light appeared not far away, transforming into a shriveled face. It flashed before reverting back to a ball of light as it attempted to fly away. I made him show up with a few words. Yunxiao chuckled. That's much more useful than an eye technique. Tianxingzi also sneered and said, Humph. So what if you're strong? The weakness in your intelligence can't be made up for no matter how much you cultivate. He stretched out his 5 fingers and made a grabbing motion. The sky stagnated and continued to collapse toward his palm. The black light struggled a few times with all its might, but it was unable to escape. Bang! The black light suddenly exploded, turning into 2 figures that separated. "Let's fight them to the death," Xianxia bellowed. He wielded the Qiyan sword instantly, and a huge sword shadow appeared in the sky. Runes kept flashing in the surroundings, and all kinds of strange patterns emerged one by one. Slash! Xianxia formed an incantation gesture with one hand, and the entire sky was split open as he pointed his sword at Tianxingzi's palm. Shi gritted his teeth and threw out several talismans. They exploded in front of him one by one and turned into 7 coffins, which were painted with all kinds of talismans. The one in the middle was dark gold in color, while the other 6 were dark red. The 2 colors were very eye-catching, but they looked very strange when matched together. Yunxiao's eyelids twitched, and a strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. He had seen this technique before on Yang Yuanshu, who used the corpses of experts as puppets to set up a formation. It was extremely powerful. Although this move was full of imagination and made people gasp in amazement, it was really disdainful and extremely disgusting. Tianxingzi looked coldly at the sword. Suddenly, he saw the 7 coffins from the corner of his eye. He was stunned and frowned. Bang! 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 The 7 coffins exploded, and the bodies inside all emerged. Everyone's expression was dull, but their edges and corners were clear. They all had excellent temperament and were wearing armor, as if they were alive. The one in the middle was wearing a golden crown and a battle robe. Under his heroic bearing, if it wasn't for his lifeless face, one would have thought that an overlord had arrived. "This is a Xianxia." Tianxingzi suddenly sucked in a cold breath, and his eyes were filled with horror. He had actually forgotten that Xianxia had slashed down with his sword, and he involuntarily exclaimed, "Lord Dingfish!" The Qitian sword slashed down and hit the dazed Tianxingzi. A huge sword radiance burst out and shot into the sky. Everything within a radius of 1,000 feet was struck by the sword power, and even Yunxiao was forced back 1,000 feet. Xianxia was overjoyed, but he didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly made a hand seal and sent one incantation seal after another into the sword power in front of him. Immediately, countless symbols began to roll. It was as if the ocean was being boiled. The entire sky was boiling, and rumbling sounds could be heard. Yunxiao's face was filled with surprise. Xianxia's attack was almost his lifelong technique, and Tianxingzi was struck while he was absent-minded. He was afraid that he would be in great trouble. Even after the strike, Xianxia still didn't seem to be at ease. With a flick of his black robe, he disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, a huge black shadow appeared in the sky, and a light purple palm print slowly appeared. Countless black runes appeared in the surroundings, and it fell from the sky. Boom! The palm power crashed into the gradually weakening sword power. The 2 forces overlapped and set off a storm again. The boundless power spread in all directions, and the entire sky was shattered. After 2 moves, Xianxia retreated 100 zhang and landed beside Shi. He stared in front of him vigilantly. At the same time, he grabbed a handful of pills and stuffed them into his mouth. He chewed twice and swallowed them. The spatial storm gradually dissipated, and everyone looked inside. A gray eggshell appeared in front of everyone's eyes. On it were array patterns that were neatly arranged. It looked like a turtle shell, but also like a huge walnut. In the middle, there was a large and strange character, and they could vaguely recognize the word, "What?" Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he cried out in surprise, "Black armor!" Xianxia and Shi both trembled with shock and immediately became alert. The so-called polka black armor was the shell of a true spirit, one of the hardest things in the world. Ka! Ka! A sound came from inside the walnut, and the shape of the eggshell opened up. It kept shrinking and turned into a square array plate, which was held in Tianxingzi's hand. His face was dark and his long hair was fluttering in the air. His eyes were sharp as a knife as he stared at the formation plate in his hand. Bang! The array board suddenly exploded into countless pieces and slowly scattered in the air. When the wind blew, they all turned into ashes and scattered into the world. It shattered in the wind. It's indeed the black armor. It's not simple to be able to use a high god's strike to such an extent. Yunxiao murmured in admiration. Humph! Xianxia snorted and clenched his right fist. A burst of earth energy exploded and his aura continued to rise. He said coldly, "That sword just now was the sword that killed yourself." His figure suddenly rose up and instantly appeared in front of Xianxia. Then he suddenly smashed his fist down. The entire space was compressed to the extreme, and Xianxia's entire figure was completely deformed. His internal organs collapsed toward the center. In his horror, he gritted his teeth and raised his sword to slash out. Boom! The fist force hit the tip of the sword, and a stream of power swirled around the long sword, making the whole Qiyan's sword tremble. Bang! The black robe on Xianxia's right hand was torn apart, revealing his emaciated arm. The blood vessels on his arm had all burst, and he was sent flying. Xianxia smiled cruelly. Just as he was about to step forward, several attacks suddenly flew in from both sides, all extremely sharp. Humph! He roared in anger and struck out with his palm. Bang! Bang! Several explosions rang out, scattering all the attacks in the surroundings. Vaguely, he could see several figures surrounding him. They were the 7 corpses. The person in the lead wore a golden crown and held a halberd in his hand. He stood in front of him in an awe-inspiring manner. Xianxia calmed down and stared at that person for a while. Then, he looked at the others and finally looked into the distance. You really do deserve to die, Upper Earth. He even dug out his own master. What? Both Yunxiao and Shi were taken aback, and they turned to look at the golden-crowned corpse puppet. Although the corpse puppet's face was lifeless, there was a boundless loneliness. Xianxia said coldly, Lord Dingfeiji, the ruler of the holy region hundreds of years ago. He came from the dark side and was the master of Xianxia. You don't need to meddle in Dark Master's affairs. Xianxia snorted coldly. I understand Sherzuan's character the most. Letting him see the light of day again, he'll definitely be very happy. Haha. No wonder Darren did everything possible to get this corpse puppet out. So it was on purpose. Haha. Ishi laughed loudly. This corpse puppet was a priceless treasure to him. He had long known that it had a great background, but he had not expected it to be so great. Both Yunxiao and Xianxia felt a chill run down their spines. These two had deceived their masters and destroyed their ancestors, and it could be said that birds of a feather really did flock together. Xianxia snorted coldly. Lord Dingfeiji is a senior that I respect very much. Now I can only offend him. You're wrong, elder brother, Yunxiao said. Let him return to his dust and earth. That is the greatest respect. Yes, Xianxia replied. He stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. Soul Slayer suddenly appeared, and the blade light opened up beside him. Xianxia, there's still time for you to stop now. Let's forget about everything that happened before, Xianxia said with a gloomy expression. Xianxia sneered. Not haggle. You shattered my black armor and you're telling me that I'll let it go. The black armor is precious, but I'm willing to offer something of equal value as compensation, Xianxia said. Besides, you were the one who provoked me time and time again, so I had no choice but to take action. Something of equivalent value? Even your life isn't worth that much money. Xianxia's expression turned cold, and Soul Slayer saber slashed down. Without any fancy moves, the saber locked onto the 7 corpse puppets. Even if you're a divine transcendence expert, you're still underestimating my means, Ishi said angrily. His hands rapidly formed hand seals, and countless incantation seals danced around him. The 7 corpse puppets seemed to have intelligence. They retreated 100 feet, but they didn't escape. Instead, they attacked separately and formed an array formation. The huge ring of light suddenly rose into the sky, and countless runes flickered on it. It then shrank toward the center and pressed down on Xianxia. Boom! Soul Slayer Saber's saber light struck the halo, and the saber spirit emerged. It roared and tore with its bare hands, shattering heaven and earth. As the 7 corpse puppets were forced back, Ishi's heart was filled with horror. Large beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead, and her hands and feet were cold. She seemed to have realized how terrifying her opponent was. "Don't panic," Xianxia said. Although Xianxia was strong now, it was obvious that he was lacking in the follow-up. Even though my Qitian sword was blocked by the armor, the sword chi still injured him. It seemed that he had been unable to do it from the beginning. "Control my master's body and use the secret technique I taught you." Ishi finally calmed down. He put his hands together in front of him and kept making strange hand seals. After the 7 corpse puppets were forced back by the attack, they let out a terrifying groan. Their eyes all opened at once and turned red and yellow. Everyone's aura was constantly rising, and their postures and seals were different. He seemed to be trying his best to recall what he had learned before he died and was constantly using it. One of the corpse puppets suddenly burst out. The iron truncheon in its hand was unsealed, and it struck down from the sky. Humph! When he was alive, he was only a peak 9-star expert. After he died, he didn't have any strength left. He's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Xianxia clenched his 5 fingers and slapped out. Bang! The zombie's iron truncheon trembled as it was sent flying. After that, a few more figures flickered. Every corpse puppet seemed to have recalled the ultimate technique of their life and attacked ferociously. Xianxia's brows furrowed. Although the power of these corpse puppets was far inferior to when they were alive, they seemed to be even more difficult to deal with because they could no longer be killed. The chest of the corpse puppet that had been sent flying earlier had caved in, and its internal organs were definitely shattered. However, it was still fine as it roared and charged again. Yunxiao could see it clearly. These 7 corpse puppets were much more powerful than Yang Yuanshu's. They must have been specially refined, and their bodies had an extremely strong endurance and were difficult to break. Moreover, Xianxia's condition was indeed constantly declining. He had not been able to recover after the battle with Huang Fubai, and he had indeed been injured by the slash of the Upper Earth Qi Heaven Sword. Die! Xianxia was also enraged. He slashed down with his saber, and instantly saber shadows filled the sky. They were like cutting machines that pushed in all directions. The entire space shattered, and he wanted to drag those corpse puppets into it. Boom! A corpse puppet was attacked by the storm of blades and was instantly ground into pieces. Ishi was shocked and hurriedly controlled the corpse puppets to retreat. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed and a crack appeared in the sky. A passage was opened among the blade shadows. A halberd appeared in the air and struck down. Xianxia's pupils shrank, and he slapped a seal into the blade. In an instant, a bright blade shape flew in the sky and slashed toward the halberd. Boom! The 2 forces collided and the boundless saber force swept across Ding Feiji's body. Ding Feiji's body continued to split open, but the lifeless him did not retreat. He continued to take a step forward and used spatial bending. The halberd formed a seal in front of him. He opened his mouth and exhaled, as if he was making a weak sound. A terrifying power spread out from the halberd and smashed down on Xianxia's head. Xianxia was shocked. Although the other party was already dead, he did not dare to be careless. He took a few steps back and raised the saber in his hand. Like a peacock spreading its tail, countless shadows appeared behind him. Lord Ding Feiji, I'm sorry. His entire body exuded a sharp aura. The tens of millions of saber shadows converged into one and suddenly slashed down. Yunxiao suddenly trembled and cried out in alarm. Be careful! Xianxia had disappeared from the spot and suddenly appeared not far from Ding Feiji. The Qitian sword in his hand was unsealed again, and countless runes surged up. His eyes were cold. The light of the halberd became extremely dazzling in an instant, reflecting with the Qitian sword. A giant spiritual phenomenon emerged between the 2 of them, towering into the sea of clouds and overlooking the earth. The 2 forces circled in the sky, one green and one yellow, and finally merged into one, turning into a huge battle axe. The giant spirit made a grabbing motion, and the battle axe emitted a scorching, strong light. It was raised high up like the sun. Everyone's mouths were wide open in shock. Xianxia was also extremely excited, and his entire body couldn't help but tremble. Tianxingzi was even more alarmed. An extremely dangerous aura spread in his heart. This was something that had never happened since he stepped into divine transcendence. Tianxingzi, you're seeking your own death, so don't blame me. Xianxia shouted excitedly. Eat this divine skill genesis. Boom! The giant spirit hacked down with the light axe, and the whole world fell into chaos. It was as if the heaven and earth had not been separated, and the sky was like a chicken egg. That axe light cut through the chaos and endless light shone down, landing on Tianxingzi's blade light. The two forces collided fiercely, and the saber light shattered continuously. Tianxingzi's entire body swayed unsteadily under this divine skill, as if he would be annihilated at any time. He continued to roar and poured all his strength into the saber, but he still couldn't block this power. Boom! The entire ground caved in and split open for 1,000 miles. Wherever the light passed, a terrifying energy storm swept through everything. Yunxiao's heart trembled as well, and he was forced back by the impact while he transformed into a golden body to resist it. The strength of this power had even exceeded his understanding, not the slightest bit weaker than the Ghost King he had met outside Red Moon City. In his countless experiences, the only thing that could suppress this move was the Six Paths demonic weapon of a demon master. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening boom reverberated through the heavens and earth as the giant spirit disappeared. Xianxia's face was flushed red and his body trembled slightly, as if he was extremely excited. There were 3 corpse puppets standing side by side in front of Yigu, and they all displayed protective light rays to protect him behind them. Their bodies were already badly damaged. The remaining few corpse puppets were directly turned into ashes by the aftermath of the attack just now. Yixi's heart trembled violently, and beads of sweat dripped down from his temples. This was the power of divine transcendence, which made his heart surge. Ha 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 ha! Xianxia's maniacal laughter resounded from the sky. It was somewhat hair-raising. Now you understand why I wanted my master to be born. Yunxiao wiped off his cold sweat and said, So, it's a joint attack. Besides, after Ding Feiji died, he only has one body now, and his strength is very weak. He is almost as strong as you, and his cooperation is even better. Lord Vanquisher is indeed intelligent, Xianxia replied coldly. However, this move, splitting heaven and earth, was not a joint attack. Could only be used with extraordinary power. It's a pity that I've been stuck at the door and unable to break through the shackles of the martial Tao. Only through this method, using the remaining martial essence in Master's body to perform a joint attack, can the divine skill be reproduced. When my master was alive, he used this move to kill divine transcendence beings, he said excitedly. No matter how strong Tianxingzi is, I'm afraid he's already an arrow at the end of its flight. Let's see who can save you. Yunxiao looked at the constantly changing and flowing space in front of him. Tianxingzi had disappeared, and he was afraid that the situation was not good. After today's battle, I'm afraid Myriad Star Valley has completely cut off all ties with the Holy Region. Humph! There are no eternal enemies in the world, only eternal interests. After I kill you, there won't be any conflict between the Holy Region and Myriad Stars Valley. Lord Pajun, you are the original sin. Let me cut off your sin and send you to your death. Xianxia took a step forward with the Qitian sword in his hand. His breathing was very turbid, and it was obvious that he had consumed a lot of energy in the last move. Ding Feiji placed his halberd behind his back and stood there quietly without any emotions. The existence of the Holy Region was originally to maintain the peace of the world, but in the past few years, it seems to have become the instigator of all kinds of trouble. Do you want the world to fall into chaos? What are the 5 lords thinking? Yunxiao said calmly. The 5 lords have their own plans. Xianxia sneered. If you're really thinking about the world, then hand over the Saint Artifact and Yuan Gaohan. Not only will the world be safe, but even you will be able to keep your life. I finally understand why Yuan Gaohan's second soul has never been found. It's in your saint artifact. Hehe. I was right to say that you're an original sin. Original sin? Yun Xiao asked. Humph. Don't you have any shame? The Red Moon City was completely massacred, and the entire eastern region was in a state of panic as the cards were reshuffled. The fall of the Long family of the Sky Ridge would definitely cause chaos in the Long family and become the beginning of chaos in the North region. The Myriad Stars Valley's Valley Master is seriously injured, and the Western region's two poles are in an imbalance. The future situation is bleak, and which one of these isn't caused by you? Haha, that's quite a thorough analysis. I didn't think that much, Xianxia sneered. The existence of the Dark Agents is to obey orders and do things that the Sanctuary can't do in public. It's useless for you to argue with me. In short, I'm definitely taking the Holy Artifact and Yuan Gaohan today. Tisk. Yun Xiao sneered and said, Are you sure? Who gave you such confidence? Confidence comes from one's own strength, not from anyone. Xianxia snorted. Die. He raised the Qi-Yin sword and shouted, Since you refuse to come to your senses, then die. A ray of sword light slashed through the air. In addition to the power of the sword itself, there were also countless strange runes spinning around, constantly devouring the spiritual qi in the sky. Yun Xiao took a step back and flew backward as he said, Since you know that I have a saint artifact, aren't you afraid that there's an expert hidden in it that will make it impossible for you to return? Xianxia sneered. Why are you still pretending? There were only a handful of truly powerful people in the world. If there were, they would have appeared long ago. Why would they still be hiding now? In addition, with my masters and my strength, there are not many people in the world who fear us. Yun Xiao snorted as he turned into a thunderbolt and kept spinning under the sword qi. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in his hand, and a sword light slashed out without any warning. It hit the strange runes, and with a hong sound, it exploded. The entire area was instantly blown up, and a bolt of lightning instantly flew out. Xianxia was startled, as expected of Lord Vanquisher. He was the #1 swordsman back then. He was able to see through the weakness of my technique with a single glance. He was able to break through it with just a single point. But even if you can escape one move, can you escape the second? He raised his sword and his eyes turned cold. The prerequisite is that you can use a second move. A calm voice rang out, and a green light appeared in the sky. Bai Mingnan's face flashed across the sky, and a huge sword shadow slashed down. What? It's so strong. Xianxia's heart jolted with shock. The power of this sword strike wasn't any weaker than his own. He hurriedly changed his direction and met it with his own sword. Boom! The two sword intents collided in the sky without any tricks. The terrifying power turned into light rings and dispersed. There was even a strong light that shot into the sky. Xianxia's entire body trembled. He was actually at a disadvantage in this head-on collision, and his body trembled violently. Countless strange sword talismans appeared in the surroundings, dancing up and down, flashing with green light, giving off an extremely dangerous aura. The sword talismans turned into corpse puppets that were green in color and flew up. Ah! Xianxia couldn't help but let out a low cry as he sensed the danger. He suddenly slashed open a passage in the sky with his sword, crushing countless corpse puppets to pieces as he tried to retreat from the battle. However, a sword aura had already formed in the sky. Bai Mangnan attacked in white, and the cold light shone on his pale and handsome face, making him look cold. Octagon reflection. Focus as a sword. The sword aura slashed down toward Xianxia's head, covering a radius of 1,000 feet and sealing off all his escape routes. Xianxia was greatly shocked. The other party was fighting him head-on with no regard for his life, as if he was certain that he didn't have enough follow-up power. If he was at his peak, he naturally wouldn't be afraid, but now he was indeed at a disadvantage. Shi, quickly ask my master to take action. He suddenly roared and did not dare to wait for help. He poured all his power into the Qian sword and blocked the attack with a soaring sword force. Ishi was also greatly shocked. He hurriedly made a hand seal and controlled it. Ding Feiji swung his halberd and a red light shot out towards Beimang Nan. Boom! The two sword auras intertwined and were completely shattered by the red light. The whole world collapsed, and both Beifeng Nan and Shangchun were sucked into it. Then they were both sent flying. Eft! Shangchun spurted out a mouthful of blood. This was the first time he had been seriously injured since he had appeared. His face was pale as he raised his head and stared in front of him with hatred. Bei Xiaonan stopped 1,000 feet away. Although his complexion was not good, his face was still white and his lips were red. He was extremely handsome. "Who are you?" Shangchun shouted in shock and anger. "Ask more," said Beiming Nan. "You coward!" Shangchun was so angry that he almost spat out another mouthful of blood. After calming himself down with great difficulty, he said in a cold voice, "Since you're looking for death again, Tian Xingzi will be your example." With a wave of his black robe, it immediately covered the sky and the earth, covering 1,000 feet, and pressed toward Beimang and Nan. At the same time, Ding Feiji held his halberd and arrived in front of Beishan Nan with one step. He swept his halberd across. Beifeng Nan's expression changed slightly. He brandished his long sword and blocked the halberd with a clang, using the momentum to push it away. Suddenly, a strange suction force descended. All of his yuan power was madly gushing out of his body and being sucked away by the black robe in the sky. It was as if a black hole had appeared above his head. Not only was his yuan power being pulled, but his body was also being pulled by a strong force. Dark art. Beifeng Nan frowned and immediately pushed the halberd away, retreating backward. "You want to leave? It's too late." Shangchun's angry voice came from within the black robe, and the black-robed man chased after him. Beifeng Nan slashed out a ray of sword chi towards the sky, but it instantly disappeared into the sky. He couldn't help but frown even more. Suddenly, the temperature in the surroundings rose sharply, and the entire sky became a little hazy. White smoke continued to rise from the ground, and the entire world became a furnace without any warning. A white cloud was instantly burned red. It was like cotton that was constantly being squeezed out of shape. Finally, it turned into a firebird and let out a long cry that pierced people's hearts. The firebird spread its wings, and its gorgeous form occupied half the sky, kept dancing, making people dazzled. "True spirit fire phoenix." Shangchun's voice came from within the black robe. His voice was filled with disbelief, and it even trembled slightly. The phoenix flapped its wings and swooped down. Its eyes were clear and full of spirit. Swish! The black robe that was half an acre in size was suddenly set ablaze. The flames quickly spread and burned more than half of it. Ah! The black robe instantly shrank, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into the figure of Shangchun. His body was covered in fire, and he kept patting the fire on his body, but it couldn't be extinguished. He hurriedly formed hand seals with one hand, and his entire body was like a black hole, instantly devouring the surrounding spiritual chi and flames. The divine flame struggled for a moment before it was continuously sucked in. The flames that filled the sky rolled and gathered on the phoenix. The phoenix's body gradually shrank and gradually turned into a human figure. Shang Chen's eyes widened in horror as he saw the figure land in front of him with a sneer on her face. She then stretched out her soft and delicate hands and made a seal. 8 treasures fire butterfly. Her red lips opened slightly, and she felt that the incantation seal was in a trance for a moment. Cold sweat suddenly broke out on Shangchen's forehead, and he found that countless butterflies were stuck to his black robe, desperately flapping their wings. The wings of those butterflies were covered with strange symbols, each of them exuding a violent flame aura. "My lord, don't be afraid. They are very gentle when they explode." Fei and I chuckled as her hair fluttered in the wind and she changed her hand seal. "Ah!" Shangchen let loose a loud cry, and his long robe billowed up like a cloud as he attempted to escape. Boom! The fire butterflies exploded in an instant, covering the two of them. The flames spread out for 1,000 feet, dyeing the sky red. In the distance, Shi was extremely shocked. Large beads of cold sweat trickled down his face, as if he had realized that the situation was getting worse. Ding Feiji's body moved and he rushed into the fire and slashed out with his halberd. The wind on his body instantly blew away the fire and the cold halberd turned into a red light, locking on to Feini and slashing down. Feini was shocked. Half of his body turned into flames and he retreated. However, the halberd was unusually sharp. It completely ignored the existence of space and pointed directly at his heart. Suddenly, Feini's body twisted and was sucked away by a force. A figure appeared behind him, and amidst the flickering golden light, it was Xianxia who had used the moon pupil and absorbed the man into his right eye. At the same time, he transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms, an indestructible golden body. The 4 arms behind him all opened up and grabbed at the halberd. Clang! Clang! The 4 golden arms grabbed onto the halberd blade and cut open his palm. Red blood flowed out and dripped down. The halberd continued to push forward until it stabbed into his chest, making a metallic sound and slightly red. Xianxia frowned slightly, but his 4 arms still held the halberd tightly. His hands kept making incantations in front of him, sending out one seal after another, all of which were thrown at Ding Feiji. Rays of light surged from Ding Feiji's body. Those seals passed through his body and became more and more, covering his entire body. "What are you doing?" Shi exclaimed in shock as he realized that the connection between him and Ding Feiji was being cut off. The 3 corpse puppets who had been standing guard in front of him immediately rushed at Xianxia. "Humph!" Beifeng Nen snorted, and a wave of sword light swept over, forcing the 3 men back. However, Shi was already in a hurry. He desperately controlled the 3 corpse puppets to rush forward, forcing Beifeng Nan to retreat. "Impossible! How do you know the sealing technique?" "It's impossible." All of a sudden, the connection was cut off. Ishi's face turned pale and his eyes were as pale as dead ash. As the last incantation was injected into Ding Feiji's body, the elemental energy waves on his body finally stopped. He became like a normal corpse and did not move. A red beam shot out of Xianxia's right pupil, transforming into Feini's true form several feet away. "My husband!" She cried out happily. She jumped over. Xianxia sighed and gave Ding Feiji a rather emotional look as he said in a lonely voice, "Feini, send this lord to where he should be." He had learned the sealing technique from searching Yang Yuanshu's soul, so he hadn't expected it to be of use. "Yes." Feini immediately understood Xianxia's meaning. She performed an incantation gesture with one hand and spat out a stream of flame. "Hoo-hoo!" Ding Feiji's body started to burn. "Don't!" 2 shrieks could be heard. Shi was so angry that he pounded his chest and stomped his feet. Not far away, Shang Chen's figure appeared, and he was shouting and gnashing his teeth. He looked like he was about to go crazy. But now, he understood that the situation was hopeless. After a moment of anger, he turned into a black light and left. "You want to leave? My lord, you seem to have forgotten to leave something behind, right?" In a flash, Xianxia stood in front of Shang Chen and pointed a finger at him. 36 Northern Heaven Cold Star swords hung upside down in front of him, shining with a cold light and locking onto him. "Are you trying to kill me?" Shang Chen was so furious that his entire body trembled. Xianxia chuckled and said, "My lord is the head of a division in the Holy Region, so of course I wouldn't dare to kill him. However, it's better for you to leave the Tusada Heavenly Peak behind. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave." Feini turned into a beam of red light and landed beside Xianxia. She looked at Shang Chen with a smile, which made him feel very afraid. "Humph. I'll remember today's matter." Shang Chen flicked his sleeve, and the Tusada Peak flew out. There was no fluctuation of origin power on it, nor was there any light, as if it had been sealed by some secret technique. At the same time, fearing that Xianxia would change his mind, he fled 1,000 feet away, leaving only a black dot in the blink of an eye. "Wait for me, my lord." Igu was startled and hurriedly said, "With Ding Feiji dead, She was no longer of any value to Xianxia. He didn't even bother to pay attention to it, and had already disappeared from everyone's sight. Swish, swish, swish. Xiao pointed with one hand, and the 36 northern heaven-cold stars flew up, cutting off Ishi's path and trapping him like a cage. Ishi was shocked. Lord Pajun, I'm also from the sanctuary now. I'm under the direct command of Lord Wei Qing of the Administrative Division. You can't kill me. Don't be nervous, Xiao said with a smile. I won't kill you. Ishi was overjoyed and heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't die, everything else could be discussed. Thank you for your magnanimity, Lord Pajun. Don't thank me, Xiao said, waving his hand, because someone else wants to kill you. Who is it? Ishi immediately became alert. Crazy Jie. Xiao laughed. You've been hiding and watching the show for so long. It's time for you to come out, right? Ishi's face instantly turned pale, and his body couldn't help but tremble violently. He could even hear his teeth chattering. Humph. Unfilial disciple, unfilial son. A bone-chilling voice sounded in the air, making Ishi feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He could not feel any warmth at all. He suddenly burst into tears and knelt down in the air. He knelt down and kowtowed to the figure that was gradually appearing in the distance. He kowtowed desperately and begged for mercy. Foster father, please spare me. I know I'm wrong. I won't do it again. Foster father. The words foster father were clearly spoken, but the smile on Qiu Mujia's face grew colder and colder. The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel smile as he said, Foster father? Didn't you just say that it was all nonsense? I'm just a lunatic. How can I be qualified to be your foster father? Ishi's body trembled even more violently. It turned out that the other party had been hiding in the surroundings all along. He was already flustered and completely out of his wits. He could only keep shouting, I'm wrong, and I won't dare to do it again. His head kept knocking on the ground so fast that it seemed to leave afterimages. Qiu Mujia slowly walked over and sighed. I didn't expect you to betray me. You've really hurt my heart. When Ishi heard that the other party's tone seemed to be a little soft, it was as if she had caught a life-saving straw. She cried bitterly and said, It's my fault. Please spare my life, Lord Foster Father. I was also threatened by Wei Qing, and in a moment of greed and fear of death, I did what I couldn't do to Father E. I don't care if I die. I just hate that I can't find Wei Qing to take revenge for my foster father. I hope that you can keep your useful body, and it's enough to die in Wei Qing's hands. A useful body? Since you're willing to correct your mistakes, I'll fulfill your wish this time and let your useful body be of some use. Qiu Mujia sneered. He took a step forward and his 5 fingers immediately stabbed into Ishi's head. With a bang, 5 bloody holes appeared. Ah! Igu's body trembled in pain. He wanted to resist, but he found that an extremely strong pressure had directly suppressed him, and he couldn't move at all. His soul was being extracted bit by bit. It's rare that you're repenting, so I'm giving you a chance to atone for your sins. Extract your soul and pass me the useful information inside, Qiu Mujia said. In the distance, Yunxiao and Baiming Nan were both expressionless and watching coldly. Yunxiao took a closer look at the Tusada heavenly peak in his hand. There was a faint layer of dark aura on it, which completely covered the power of the peak. It was none other than Xianxia's dark art. He estimated that it would not be difficult to break this technique. He could take the opportunity to refine this profound level weapon again and completely destroy the spirit of the foul land of the 9 nethers. On the other hand, Fei Anai's emotions were affected by Ishi's screams. Her face turned white and she felt that it was too cruel to look at, so she turned her head slightly. Normally, when people read someone's memory, they would just send their divine sense into the other party's sea of consciousness to search. If they were lucky, the other party would only lose a little bit of memory. If they were unlucky, they would end up as an idiot for life. On the other hand, Qiu Mujia had directly extracted Ishi's soul to read his memories. After reading his memories, Ishi's soul could only be destroyed. This father and son duo were both ruthless people. Fortunately, Shi's screams only lasted for a short while before he was basically dead. All that was left was a ball of yellow light struggling in Xiao Mujia's hand, which immediately dissipated with a slap. "My good son, you've been cleared of your sins." Xiao Mujia slowly exhaled and closed his eyes, as if he was digesting those memories. Yunxiao put away the Tusada heavenly peak and said with a smile, "Congratulations to Lord Mujia for recovering from his injuries and getting his revenge." "Humph." Xiao Mujia coldly snorted before opening his eyes slightly and saying, "That Xianxia couldn't have escaped. Why didn't you kill him?" "I don't believe you don't dare to." Yunxiao smiled and said, "Brother Mujia has been eavesdropping for a long time. I'm sure you already know what I'm doing here. If he killed the high heavens, the sanctum would be the first to sense it. At that time, they would forcefully open the channel and teleport experts over, which would be a big problem. It would be better to let him go. He would probably be too ashamed to ask for help now and would definitely be thinking about the next step. A heavily injured, limited power-wise high god will be much easier to deal with than an unknown saint. I knew that you're not a soft-hearted and cowardly person. You must be up to something," Xiao Mujia said. "A scheme?" Yunxiao smiled wryly. "A scheme? I'm only seeking self-protection." "Humph. Self-preservation?" Xiao Mujia sneered. "There seems to be a powerhouse with a true dragon's body hidden in your saint artifact, right? If he had acted earlier, Xianxia and my unfilial son would have died long ago, and Tian Xingzi wouldn't have been beaten to the point where his whereabouts were unknown." "Yes," Yunxiao said. "That friend is indeed in my divine realm tablet. But you have to understand that he's just my friend, not my subordinate. He's not someone you can command as you please." Xiao Mujia snorted. "There's no need to explain it to me. How can I not understand that you're not a good person after getting along with me for some time? What do you plan to do next? Is this the place where Yuan Gaohan's two souls merge?" "Yes," Yunxiao said. "Even though this place was filled with danger, it was still a safe place. The foul soil of the netherworld no longer exists, and the deathly aura that filled the sky will slowly dissipate. Xianxia City will no longer have such a vile environment." Xiao Mujia said, "The foul soil of the netherworld is gone. This piece of land will no longer produce Earth Emperor pearls. As a small city at the border, I'm afraid that Xianxia City is no longer of value. The entire city will soon be destroyed." Fanny was stunned for a moment and muttered to herself, "Endless filth brings endless vitality. There is life in the dead, and there is no life after death." She looked confused. Yunxiao sighed. "There is no absolute good or absolute bad in this world. It's just that you have me in you, and I have you in me. Isn't your heavenly phoenix nirvana body the same, finding a new life from death?" Fanny's tightly furrowed brows relaxed and a look of realization appeared on her face. She was like a flower in spring that had bloomed and was full of life. She laughed and said, "Husband's words are very true." Fanny understood immediately. Yunxiao shook his head with a wry smile. He knew that she could not change the way she addressed him, so he let her be. "How's your heavenly phoenix nirvana body? I can sense an extremely powerful aura that is completely different from before." Fanny was overjoyed. "That's right. After absorbing the true dragon's chi, my nirvana body has undergone a tremendous change. I feel like I've been reborn, and it seems like I'll be even stronger than after the 9th transformation." "True dragons and heavenly phoenixes are the two most powerful ancient true spirits," Yunxiao said. "It's needless to say that they are powerful. There are no more obstacles on your path of martial arts. As long as you persevere, it will only be a matter of time before you step into the divine transcendence realm. It is even possible for you to break through to the immortal realm. This is all thanks to my husband." "Thank you, my husband." Fanny was overjoyed and smiled. "It's my own fortune," Yunxiao said. "It has nothing to do with me. I have something to ask you. What do you plan to do with the Long family?" Fanny's face was filled with worry. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "I've already decided to leave the Long family and follow my husband, so I naturally can't take over the position of the head of the Long family. Wait for me to find an opportunity to return the sect leader token to them. Long Chenmiao passed the position of family head to you before he died, Yunxiao said. He also gave you the sect leader's token. All the heroes in the world saw it. Fei and I was startled and said, husband means Zhenjin? The world is in chaos now, Yunxiao said seriously. The impact will be widespread, and no force can stay out of it. Both the eastern and western regions were in chaos. If the holy region was not satisfied, it would be difficult to suppress the turmoil in the world. If you can take over the Long family, you'll be able to calm down and it'll be of great benefit to the world. Since my husband has said so, I shall take over the position of sect leader. From now on, the Long family will be my husband's right-hand man and will be at your beck and call. Feini said. That's good, Yunxiao said. Besides, with your current strength, you are qualified to be an overlord. Fei and I giggled. I don't want to be some overlord. Just let me stay by my husband's side in peace and be a little woman. Yunxiao's face was full of black lines. He turned his head away, pretending not to hear. I'm afraid it's already too late for you to think about taking over the Long family now, Qiu Mujie suddenly said. Yunxiao frowned. What do you mean? He asked. What do you mean? What information did you get from Yi Shi's memories? Wei Qing didn't come to Wutian in person because he hasn't recovered from his injuries yet, and he went to the Long family in Heaven Ridge, Qiu Mujie replied. Feini was shocked and snorted. You're indeed a formidable person of your generation, a wily old fox. He has just killed the Lord family head, and now he's harming the Long family. He'll definitely cultivate his own forces to control the Long family, just like in the Red Moon City. Qiu Mujie glanced at her and sneered. The thoughts of a little girl are always so simple. It's important to control the Long family, but Wei Qing's bigger goal isn't the power of the Long family. Then what is it for? Fei and I frowned. Azura ghost. Yunxiao was shocked. Fei and I's face turned pale. She immediately recalled Tom, Dick, and Harry who had been with her before. They had turned into zombies and were no different from the zombies she had encountered before. In other words, they were living zombies. Hee hee. Qiu Mujie grinned and said somewhat cruelly, It's a Azura ghost. Members of the Long family all possess the bloodline of a true spirit, making them the most ideal vessel for the blood. This is indeed a big problem, Yunxiao said. However, the cost of making ghost Azuras is too high. Other than the container itself, it also costs a lot of money. Even Wei Qing can't mass-produce ghost Azuras without any restraint. It's indeed very costly, said Qiu Mujie. This makes it even more necessary to control the Long family. As one of the 7 superpowers, and as the vessel itself, the Long family of Skyridge could very well become a sea of Azura, ha ha ha. His laughter was filled with pride and excitement. He was very happy that his research results could be widely promoted. On the other hand, Feini's hair stood on end and she could not help but shiver a few times. Her face was filled with fear. The Long family was the place where she had been born and grown up, and she had a deep bond with them. She definitely did not want to see that holy land become a living hell filled with walking corpses. She could not help but grab Yunxiao's arm. Yunxiao felt a pain in his arm, and then he immediately sensed the fear coming from Feini. He patted the back of her hand and comforted her. Don't worry, it's not as serious as you think. What the ghost Azura needs is the blood of a true dragon that's close to the 10th rank, and any possible existence would have been chosen for experiments long ago. Even for the current Long family, it's not that easy to find so many excellent dragon blood descendants. Feini's lips were a little white. She bit her lips and nodded. Haha, the blood of a true dragon? How childish. Do you think that my research results are limited to the blood of a true dragon? Qiu Mujie sneered smugly. I'll tell you a piece of tragic news. The result of my research is the blood of true spirits, and not just limited to true dragons. What? Yunxiao was shocked, and his heart sank. He immediately had a bad feeling. Qiu Mujie chuckled and said, The reason why Wei Qing chose all the dragon blood powerhouses in the first batch is that dragon blood is the easiest to find and the species with the most abundant samples. As long as the bloodline inheritance of other true spirits is strong enough, They're qualified to become a candidate for the Ghost Azura. Ha ha ha. Is there a better place in the Azura Sea than the Long family? He laughed. Ha ha ha. Fanny's face was almost transparent, and she could not even stand properly. This time, even Yunxiao's face turned pale, and he did not know what to say. This is truly a great era. Qiu Mujie grinned hideously. Although I hate Wei Qing and wish I could kill him, I can't help but think about it. However, I have to admit that only he can bring my research results to greater heights. Abnormal. Bai Mingnan couldn't help but curse. Humph. Those who aren't abnormal are all mediocre. Qiu Mujie replied disdainfully, not hiding the contempt in his eyes. Yunxiao patted Fanny's hand and comforted her. Even if Qiu Mujie's words are true, controlling the Long family and producing the Ghost Azuras will take an extremely long time. After we're done here, we'll immediately head to the Long family and try to minimize the damage. The most important thing now is to take over the Azura Sea that belongs to the Long family, Qiu Mujie said. A vulture-like aura flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, if we can control the Long family and create a large number of Ghost Azuras of our own, we'll be able to sweep across the sacred zone and even the entire world. I'm sorry, Yunxiao said. Although I'm also an alchemist and I've praised and marveled at your research results, as well as expressed my endless admiration, I'm still very sorry. However, I'm not interested in this kind of method of refining a living person into a walking corpse. Don't forget that the Ghost Azura is just a byproduct of the god's blood refinement process. Qiu Mujie snorted. My initial wish was to refine true 10th grade divine blood and find a path to godhood. And there have already been successful examples, Luo Qingyun. Perhaps I'll be able to accept it when the success rate reaches an extremely high ratio, Yunxiao said indifferently. Refining it now is almost certain death. Luo Qingyun's heart of martial arts and will are so strong that ordinary people can't achieve it. Even if he doesn't refine the god blood, I believe that he will eventually cross the shackles of martial arts. Humph! How are we going to increase the success rate without a large number of experiments? Qiu Mujie sneered. Any research on the human body must be carried out by stepping on piles of corpses. Then you can find some demon beasts and sea beasts to study, Yunxiao said. You can study them, he said. Don't tell me that those demonic beasts and sea beasts don't have intelligence and are inferior to humans? Do they deserve to die? Qiu Mujie sneered in disdain. Of course not, Yunxiao said. Who asked the strong to be respected and the weak to be treated like ants in this world? If humans are too powerful, the other races will naturally be in trouble. Although I don't like this kind of bullying and even feel ashamed, it's still better than you using your own kind as an experiment. You're a great alchemist, and you've been unscrupulously pursued by the secular world. That's why you're not tolerated. Qiu Mujie's expression was dark as he sneered. The mortal world is just an ant in my eyes. I'm dedicated to the highest Tao of sorcery, so what's the harm in sacrificing hundreds of millions of lives? Their lives were so insignificant compared to the art of Tao that they could be ignored. It's their honor to be able to sacrifice their lives for my pursuit. This will also allow their lowly lives to bloom with some light and become more meaningful. I understand, Yunxiao said. As an alchemist, I can understand your thoughts. However, what we value might not be valued by others. If you regard the Tao of sorcery as supreme, others might not care about it. Therefore, you took the lives of others for your own selfish desires and broke the laws of the secular world. Naturally, the secular world would not tolerate you. You think you're high and mighty, but don't forget that you're just an ant living in the mortal world. Even if you have extremely high aspirations, you can't break these rules. Only if you've truly reached the level of being able to rule the world and sweep everything in your path can you change the rules and no one will dare to control you. Unfortunately, you're not. Qiu Mujie's face twitched, and he snorted heavily before falling silent. Let's not waste any time, Yunxiao said. Let Yuan Gaohan's two souls merge now and go to the Long family in Sky Ridge as soon as possible. He threw out the Divine Realm tablet, and it immediately shone brightly. Countless chains of law flew out and spread out densely, sealing the surrounding heaven and earth. The 3-7 blue flag in the sky flashed and turned into countless flag shadows, then disappeared. There was a flash of light on the Divine Realm tablet, and several figures emerged one by one. It was Yuan Gaohan and the others. The appearance of two identical Yuan Gaohans gave everyone a strange feeling. "The foul air here is still very heavy," Chun Yuyu said. "Will it affect your Excellency's cultivation? Now that the pursuer has left, why don't we change our location?" "No need," Yuan Gaohan said. Although this place was somewhat oppressive, it had been occupied by the power of the earth element for a long time. It was also considered a treasured land of feng shui and was very suitable for displaying the Starlight Soul body. "I'll lay down some more tricks just in case." "Old Yuan," Yunxiao said, "it's unnecessary for you to set up a defense. Humph, if it was someone else protecting you, it would indeed be a waste of time. As for you, you really don't have much qi." Yuan Gaohan's face was filled with disbelief as he took out a set of array tools and unfolded them in front of him. Suddenly, there was a faint flash of golden light in the ground. It was like a piece of beautiful jade that was emitting a dense qi. It was brilliant and colorful, and the inside was filled with a vast expanse of gold. "That's Lao AI." The few of them were shocked and looked down vigilantly. The ground rose slightly, higher and higher, and the ground turned golden, spreading out in all directions. "A precious treasure has appeared?" Feini was shocked. "Brother Mujia, what do you think?" Yunxiao narrowed his eyes. Qiu Mujia's expression was grave. He thought for a moment before saying, "It should be the gold spiritual energy." The stomach of the battleship fish was a cage made of metal spirit qi, so he had a certain understanding of this power. "Brother Mujia's guess is the same as mine," Yunxiao said. "If I'm not mistaken, after the battle between the two five-elemental true spirits, the foul soil of the netherworld came into contact with the earth and was nourished, constantly evolving and suppressing the metal spiritual qi. Therefore, for countless years, it could only give birth to the divine purple gold worm that was the size of a rice grain. Now that this world has lost the foul soil of the netherworld, it can no longer suppress the gold spiritual energy. The heavens and earth are created by the five elements, and they reinforce and counteract each other. This Wuxian has lost the filthy soil of the netherworld, but it has gained a kind of metal spiritual qi, which may give birth to another opportunity." "It's impossible," Yunxiao said with a smile. "It's impossible. This is because this young master is taking this metal spiritual energy." His eyes flashed with spiritual light, and he looked very happy. "It's precious, but it's not of much use to me." "Fine, you can have them all." "Thank you," Yunxiao said. "Without further ado, I'll go down and collect it. I'm afraid I'll have to rely on you all for old Yuan's fusion." Chun Yuyu frowned and said, "Lord Pujuan, Lord Yuan's important matters are at hand. He shouldn't be distracted right now, right? The metal spiritual energy is contained in the ground and can't escape." He was rather dissatisfied. "Who said we can't run away?" Yunxiao said, "The foul soil of the netherworld has just dissipated, and the metal spiritual qi has gathered together involuntarily. I'm afraid that it will disperse again soon, and it will take more time and energy to collect it." "Li Yunxiao is right," Yuan Gaohan said. "This is indeed a rare opportunity. With these masters protecting me, even if a divine transcendent comes, I'll still have the power to resist." "Yes," Yunxiao said. "I'll leave it to you all." He immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed into the ground. It was the place where the golden light was the most intense, and he disappeared in a flash. Yuan Gaohan said, "There's the power of the boundary barrier from the Divine Realm tablet and the 3-7 blue flag. In addition, I've prepared the ancient formation disc. It's foolproof. Please stay 1,000 feet away from me and protect me." "Yes, my lord." Chun Yunyu was the first to respond. He flew back 1,000 feet and spread out his divine sense, standing still like a door god. "Lord Yuan, please be careful," Feini smiled. She and Beifeng then also took a position. East, south, west, north. In the last direction, the patrolling bulldog's shadow slowly appeared and stood there quietly. "Although I'm on a different path from you guys, it's indeed not easy for you to reach this stage, old Yuan." I'm happy to see that, Wuxia said. Yuan Gaohan said, thank you for your kind words, Brother Wuxia. I hope you don't blame me for being petty. Please go outside the circle. That's what I should do, Wuxia said with a smile. In a flash, he retreated out of the protective circle of the few people, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and quietly watched. Only then did Yuan Gaohan carefully unfurl the array board in his hand. Like a tower card, it opened up into 18 sides, surrounding him. Those cards were full of pictures and some difficult-to-understand words. Wuxia's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, an ancient formation plate? He stared at the pictures and words with interest and began to study them carefully. After Yunxiao rushed into the ground, he immediately felt that he could hardly move, and his body was in pain. Metal countered wood, and his thunder-type body was severely suppressed. After flying a few times, he transformed into a figure, and his entire body was covered in golden light. He displayed the inextinguishable golden body and continued to sink into the center of the golden light. In a golden world, tens of thousands of purple gold divine bugs were wandering in the same direction. The further down he went, the stronger the suppression became, and his divine sense was also gradually blocked. Yunxiao's eyes suddenly shot out colorful beams of light, which condensed into a strange demonic eye state, and his vision was immediately widened. What? That's a Xianxia. He was shocked. In the center of the golden light, there was a bug that was more than 2 meters wide. It was the giant divine purple gold worm. The grain-sized beings kept entering it and became a small part of its huge body. In the golden ocean, the insect's aura continued to increase, and it was full of intelligence. Divine purple gold worm. Yunxiao was shocked as he looked at the bug in disbelief. Its body was shimmering with a dense golden light, and from time to time, a purple light would flash out. Furthermore, as the golden light and the grain-sized purple gold worm of divine intent were absorbed, runes kept flashing on its body, and its body was still growing. Gulp! Yunxiao swallowed with difficulty as he stood in the sky, not knowing what to do. If he went any further, he would feel an inexplicable sense of danger, but he was unwilling to retreat. This thing can't really be a true spirit, right? He thought for a while and muttered to himself, if it's a true spirit, it wouldn't have been suppressed by the filthy earth of the netherworld for so long. It should be slowly gathering its initial form. It's probably impossible to recover its previous power. After making his judgment, he became more courageous and slowly flew down vigilantly. Ta! His 2 feet gently landed on the insect's body. It was extremely soft, as if he was stepping on cotton. This world is really strange. The world's toughest metal spiritual energy has transformed into a spirit, but it has the softest body. Just as he exclaimed, runes flashed under his feet and a golden light spread out. Bang! The 2 feet were instantly cut into pieces. The golden light was like a bulldozer, crushing everything in its path into dust. Yunxiao sucked in a cold breath as he transformed into a bolt of lightning and fled. Swish! In an instant, the golden light shot a few thousand feet away. The golden light rose from the divine purple gold worm's body and stopped about 300 feet away. It turned into a circle of light and spread out in the air. Under the blue lightning, Yunxiao's body slowly emerged. His face was pale, and cold sweat was dripping down his face as he looked down in horror. If it wasn't for the fact that his body was close to the 5-element spirit body, he would have been completely crippled just now. However, since the power of metal element was extremely effective against the power of wood element, the injury he suffered this time was even more serious than when his body was crushed by the Tusita mountain. The remaining power of metal element was still flowing in his body, cutting all his meridians and flesh, and was gradually absorbed by the power of the imperishable golden body. I was too careless. This thing is too strong. What should I do? Yunxiao thought hard. Then he tried to see the power of the divine purple gold worm, but he still could not figure out its strength. I can only try this. He took out Do Shui Heavenly Peak and held it in his palm. It did not shine at all. He poured a little force into it, and a black rune immediately flickered. His power disappeared without a trace, completely out of control. This dark art is really strange. It's like a black hole that can devour everything. Let me try to refine it. After thinking for a while, Xianxia took out the cauldron of mountain and river, threw the Tusada heavenly peak into it, and began to refine it on the spot. The cauldron of mountain and river suddenly let out a loud roar. The entire body of the cauldron shook violently. Light shone out and a pure white space appeared in the entire world of golden light. The divine purple gold worm seemed to have sensed something and raised its head slightly. 2 small balls were hanging on its 2 golden tentacles, flashing like lanterns. However, it didn't do anything. After its 2 antennae swayed a few times, it quieted down and continued to absorb the metal spiritual chi in the surroundings. Xianxia gave it a sideways glance, then breathed a sigh of relief and began to concentrate on refining the Tusada heavenly peak. The entire world was covered in a world of golden light, as if a part of the space was directly embedded into the earth. The people in the sky seemed to sense the energy fluctuations, but they didn't care and continued to guard Yuan Gaohan with high vigilance. At this moment, Yuan Gaohan's 2 bodies were sitting opposite each other, their palms touching, quietly hanging in the air, as if nothing had changed. Beifeng Nan's pupils suddenly shrank. He raised his head to look at the sky and shouted, "Who is it? Come out!" The rest of the people were shocked and were on high alert. Yuan Gaohan frowned and gave Beifeng Nan a surprised look. Even as an alchemist, he could not sense anyone, but this mysterious man seemed to be getting stronger and stronger every time he appeared. Not bad. He has indeed cultivated the starlight soul body to the extreme. As long as the 2 souls merge, he can reach the peak of the art of sorcery and even step into the realm of sorcerer god. A voice said slowly from the sky, "Not good. It's the soul devourer sect master." Wuxia exclaimed in shock. Everyone was shocked. The 2 figures of Yuan Gaohan in the ancient formation plate trembled, and the power around them fluctuated, their emotions somewhat unstable. "Don't panic. Don't make any mistakes." The voice in the sky sounded again, and Huangfu Bi's appearance slowly emerged. He stood in the air and looked down coldly. "Once the fusion begins, there's no way to stop it. Lord Yuan Gaohan, you must succeed, for me and for yourself." "What do you mean by for you?" Chun Yuyu's face turned pale and he shouted, "If you want to touch Lord Yuan Gaohan, you'll have to do it over our dead bodies first." Huangfu Bi ignored him and said, "Don't worry everyone. I won't make a move until Lord Yuan Gaohan has successfully fused. Don't worry about that. If there are enemies, I'll even help you block them." The space behind him fluctuated, and another figure appeared. This figure was completely covered in a black robe, but only his face was revealed. It was Xianxia. "Where's Gu Feiyang?" Xianxia's eyes flickered as he asked coldly. Feini sneered, "You've lost, yet you still have the face to call for help? Do you think I won't burn you to death? Little girl, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Xianxia roared in rage. "If it wasn't for the fact that my cultivation was greatly damaged, with that little flame of yours, even 10 of you wouldn't be my opponent." Feini stuck out her tongue and stretched out her hand to gesture on her face. "Tisk, tiske, shameface. To think you're still the head of a division. You don't know how to repent after losing to a little girl like me. You only know how to find excuses and reasons. Damn it!" Xianxia was furious and was about to attack, but he was stopped by Huangfu Bi, who shouted, "Don't delay my important matters." A wave of pressure spread out, and Xianxia only felt a chill. His expression immediately changed, and he suppressed the anger in his heart. "I hope Master Huangfu can help me take down Gu Feiyang after extracting Yuan Gaohan's soul, so that I can report back to the higher-ups." "Don't worry," said Huangfu Ju. "That Gu Feiyang is also on my must-kill list, so I'll take care of him as well. I'm just afraid that Tian Xingzi isn't dead and is hiding somewhere, waiting for an opportunity to cause trouble." Xianxia smiled. "Don't worry about that, my lord. My move, Split Heaven and Earth, is invincible. Even if Tian Xingzi isn't dead now, he'll be greatly damaged. He won't be able to recover without 3 to 5 years. Huang Fu Bai's eyes flashed with joy as he said, "If that's the case, I'll have to thank you very much." "I don't dare to thank you, my lord. All you need to do is help me take down Gu Feiyang," Xianxia hurriedly replied. A murderous aura burst out from Huang Fu Bai's body. He snorted coldly and said, "Don't worry. As long as he's still in this lawless land, he'll never be able to leave." When Yuan Gaohan heard the conversation between the two, he felt uneasy and secretly regretted not moving to a different place. After driving away the upper realm, an even more troublesome Huang Fu Bai came, who specialized in extracting souls and was the most hated person among alchemists in the world. His two bodies suddenly began to tremble, and at the same time, they revealed a look of shock and knew that things were not good. The distraction just now had caused his cultivation to become unstable. In his shock, he hurriedly calmed his mind, and large beads of cold sweat rolled down from his head. "There's no need to worry, sir. We can handle these two," Wuxia said with a frown. Huang Fu Bai snorted coldly and said, "Lord Yuan Gaohan, don't worry. Calm your mind and focus. Expel the inner demons, and cast the spell with peace of mind. I'll protect you." Yuan Gaohan's face was livid. He raised his head and glared at Huang Fu Bai and Shang Chun, his eyes filled with anger. "If you want to blame someone, Lord, blame Gu Feiyang," Huang Fu Shang said. "If he hadn't defeated my golden speaker and urgently needed the nourishment of a super soul at the peak of the art of sorcery, I would never have had any ideas about you. The situation forced me to do so, and I had no choice." It turned out that after Xianxia was defeated, he felt that he couldn't return to the holy region to explain himself. He then thought of another great force that was hostile to the Myriad Star Valley and rushed to the Soul Devourer sect. Huang Fu Bai had just sent away the two from the natural moat cliff and was about to go into seclusion to wait for the opening of the eternal world in Langya Heaven. However, he didn't expect that Shang Chan would come looking for him and reveal that Tian Xingzi's whereabouts were unknown after being defeated, and that Yuan Gaohan was trying to reach the peak of the Art Dao. This time, it won't be Golden Speaker that's going to be defeated, but your true body, said Baiming Nan indifferently. Huang Fu Bai's eyes shot out a cold light. He pointed at him and said, "I hope you still remember these words later. Then you'll know how you died." "I've seen many warriors like you over the countless years," said Baiming Nan. "All of them have turned into ashes. I'm the only one who's still alive." Huang Fu Bai sneered. As if afraid of disturbing Yuan Gaohan, he no longer spoke. However, he was also very puzzled. Where did such an expert come from? He had never heard of him before and had no impression of him at all. Yuan Gaohan's heart calmed down a little. Although he didn't know much about Beifeng Nan, he knew a little about his situation. The person who cultivated his starlight soul art seemed to be stronger than he had expected. He immediately focused his attention on the fusion of the two souls, ignoring the outside world's interference. As the four palms came into contact, the starlight soul body began to change, kept fading, turning into starlight and pouring into the body. The surroundings immediately became abnormally quiet. Everyone was breathing slowly, watching attentively, and at the same time extremely alert. Yuan Gaohan's body began to tremble slightly, as if it was gradually reaching its limit. His face revealed a painful expression, and the yellow light on his body flickered unsteadily before turning into a faint white light. The world was quiet, but a storm was coming. The extremely oppressive atmosphere caused the clouds in the sky to roll as if a dragon was traveling within. Everyone looked on warily, even holding their breath. He allowed time to pass slowly. Several hours had passed. All of a sudden, the wind and clouds churned, and a spiral-shaped white cloud rolled up in the sky. A ray of light fell from the sky and directly shone on Yuan Gaohan. Heaven and earth phenomenon. He's going to succeed. Shang Chen was startled. He clenched his fists and stared at the figure. Yuan Gaohan sat cross-legged in the rainbow light, the pain on his face gradually dissipating, and his body surged with starlight, from time to time flowing in a regular pattern and being absorbed into his body. Huang Fu Bai suddenly let out a breath and looked down. Could it be that Gu Feiyang has gone into the earth to collect the metal spiritual qi? He had long since noticed the golden light rising up from below. It was as gentle as a beautiful jade, and it would occasionally emit faint fluctuations. As the leader of a sect, you sure have a lot of nonsense to say. Feini snorted coldly. Xianxia, are you willing to go down and meet Gu Feiyang? Huang Fushang asked. My lord, aren't you afraid of affecting Yuan Gaohan? Shang Qin asked in surprise. Lord Yuan's fusion of his two souls is going very smoothly, Huang Fuqi said. His soul force is already very high now, and it's only a matter of time before it stabilizes. To me, it's no longer important whether it's stable or not. Everyone was shocked, and they were all extremely vigilant, immediately shrinking the protective circle. I see. Then I'll leave these ants to you, my lord. Shang Chun was overjoyed. Without your helper and the saint artifact, Gu Feiyang is dead for sure. He immediately turned into a black light and rushed toward the rising golden light. Feini was shocked and was about to give chase when a wave of pressure suddenly came from the sky and suppressed her. She could not move at all. Let him go, Wuxia said in a grave voice. That Xianxia is injured at the moment, and he's no match for Yunxiao at all. He'll only be courting death if he goes down. But my husband is also injured, and he doesn't have the Divine Realm tablet anymore, Fei and I said anxiously. Don't you know? Wuxia interrupted. Don't you know that Li Yunxiao has many tricks up his sleeve? If you really want to save him, you'd better think about how to deal with the master of the Soul Devourer sect first. This guy is the overlord of the world. Not a joke. Lord Wuxia is right, Chen Jiu hurriedly said. If we are defeated by him, not only will Lord Yuan be killed, but Lord Yunxiao will also be in trouble if he continues to sneak in. It seems that you're quite confident in Gu Feiyang, Huang Fuqi sneered. I also hope that he can hold on, because I really want to tear him apart with my own hands. Now, let me enjoy Lord Yuan's delicious meal first. A ray of light condensed in his hand and suddenly smashed down. The light enlarged in the air and turned into the Pangu banner, which stirred up the wind and clouds in one direction and stabbed into Yuan Gaohan's head. Clang, clang, clang. The Divine Realm tablet's nomological chains kept emerging around the Pangu flag and shattered inch by inch. The Divine Realm tablet floating in the void was spinning with flowing light, and suddenly, it shone brightly. A ball of white light gushed out of the Divine Realm tablet. The entire tablet flashed and then disappeared. The next moment, it appeared directly beside the Pangu flag and crashed into it. The power of the world spun, crushing all the power in the surroundings. Boom! As the two profound level weapons collided, the sky shook and split apart. Bang, bang, bang! A golden light flashed across the sky. The cobweb formed by the chains of law appeared and shattered. The light on the Divine Realm tablet also dimmed and returned to its ordinary appearance. It floated quietly not far away, as if it had lost its spirituality. Humph! It's just a mere restriction. Huang Fubai gave a cold sneer, then cast a spell with one hand and struck on the Pangu flag. With a loud bang, the flag was launched again. This time, the Divine Realm tablet didn't respond. After the restriction of the chain of law was broken, everything in the outside world seemed to have nothing to do with it. Be careful, everyone. Wuxia's figure disappeared from his original spot in a flash. Soon after, a green sharp claw appeared in the sky and slashed at Huang Fubai's body. Chi-la! There were 5 cracks in the sky, but there was no trace of Huang Fubai. Behind the sharp claws, Wuxia's figure appeared. His body was covered in scales, and he raised his tail in shock, pointing behind him. Heaven string poison light. Humph. Piecing things together. Childish, low level. The poisonous light pierced into the darkness. The dark red stinger suddenly stopped and was caught between 2 fingers. Huang Fubai's figure emerged with a sneer on his face. Are the legendary mad alchemists just acrobatic monkeys? Wuxia's face darkened and he coldly snorted. If you have the guts, don't dodge. Take this old man's kick. He turned around in the air and kicked out. A golden light rose up and a huge swastika appeared. Huang Fubai's expression changed as he felt a mountain-like pressure pressing down on him. causing him to feel suffocated. He suddenly raised his palm and slammed it down with an angry roar. Although he could feel that this kick was extremely extraordinary, he was proud of himself and could not show weakness. Boom! He slapped his palm on Truth Listener's foot, causing his blood and chi to roll. He was sent flying 1,000 feet away and was even sent sliding by the violent force for a long time before he stopped. His face instantly paled, and the power in his body was in chaos. His previous injuries were affected, and his condition fell sharply. Humph, so that's all the Soul Devourer Sex Master can do. It seems like I've been overthinking. Qiu Mujie retracted his hands and feet, a look of disdain flashing through his eyes. Eft! Huang Fuyan was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and his body trembled. He had fought with Tian Xingzi and Yun Xiao a few times before, and he had even fallen into qi deviation. Although he was pulled back in time by Nanxiu Yu, he had suffered a great injury, and he had just stabilized his condition. Initially, he thought that it would be easy to deal with a few peak 9-star existences. However, he did not expect that he would be beaten up so badly that he vomited blood. Take his life while he's sick, Bei Fengnan shouted. An array of sword light shot out from his hand, directly slashing towards the enemy. Huang Fubai didn't dare to act arrogantly anymore. He roared furiously and reached out his hand. The Pangu flag landed in his hand and spun continuously, striking at the sword radiance. Bang! The huge sword shadow was shattered. Once again, he was forced to take a few steps back. A mouthful of blood rushed up his throat and he forcefully swallowed it down. Extreme shock flashed in his eyes. Whether it was Qiu Mujie or Bai Mingnan, they could be said to be well-known figures above the peak of martial Dao and were only a step away from divine transcendence. Bei Fengnan's physical body was even more complete. He was once a God realm expert, and his comprehension of martial essence was far superior to everyone else. I thought it would be a simple matter, but I didn't expect it to be so big. Huang Fu Bi's face was gloomy as he shouted, "All elders, come out and help me kill these people." Yes, Lord Sect Master. 6 figures appeared in the sky again. They were the elders of the Soul Devourer sect who had been here before. The only one who was missing was the Deputy Sect Master, Shi Yuluan. Shi Yuluan had been seriously injured in the previous battle and immediately went into seclusion after returning. Qiu Mujie and the others' expressions changed drastically. Although the 6 elders were also injured, they were generally fine. Just by standing in the sky, they were like the ocean's divine needles, with an aura as if the overall situation had been decided. "I'll deal with Huang Fu Bai, you guys think of a way to deal with the other 6, said Bei Fengnan with a cold look in his eyes. He raised his sword and appeared in front of Huang Fu Yen in one step, stabbing at him. Huang Fu Bi's face darkened as he retreated along with the momentum of the sword and shouted, "Don't worry about me. Kill the others quickly." The 6 elders looked down and one of them said, "Everyone be careful. These 3 people and 1 bull aren't easy to deal with. Don't be careless." The other person said, "There's nothing to fear. It's just that crazy Jie is a little more troublesome. 2 people will be enough to deal with him. Make your move." "Yes." The rest of the people responded and instantly separated, turning into different lights and swooping down. Yuan Gaohan stood in the center of the ancient array disk, his expression solemn. He couldn't help frowning as he raised his head to look outside, then formed a seal and shot it out. The space outside the formation plate changed and a blue light flashed out, turning into a huge flag. The sound of war drums and thunder came from within the flag, and killing intent surged. An elder who was at the forefront of the group suddenly froze. The soaring killing intent in the battle flag was almost tangible, and it shook his body, causing him to retreat in shock. "Be careful, everyone," he hurriedly shouted. At this moment, a sword light cut across the sky. Chun Yuyu held back all his strength and slashed down on his head. Then, red light filled the sky. Feini also transformed into the heavenly phoenix celestial body. The rolling flames burned the sky red like a river, flowing around the battle flag and burning the 6 of them. The heaven-patrolling bulldog also let out a low roar and walked towards the center step by step. Qiu Mujia's eyes were cold as he locked his divine sense onto the 6 of them. He would attack with all his might at the slightest opportunity in order to kill them in one strike. In the gold space under the ground, Yunxiao, who was refining the Tusada heavenly peak with all his heart and soul, seemed to have sensed something. He gave a light cry of surprise and looked up. The demonic eye contracted and rotated, radiating a strange power with a 7-colored luster. However, the metal spiritual qi in the space was too strong, and even his gaze could not penetrate it. The chains of law are all broken, and the restrictions I set on the Divine Realm tablet are all broken. Who is causing trouble? Is it the mortal world? Yunxiao could not help but be suspicious. The power of the dust should not be enough to shake the few experts above. Is there another powerful figure? I don't care anymore. I've already informed Cheyu. If anything happens, that brat should be able to act immediately. But is Ingluo, that kid, really reliable? He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and remembered that he had always bullied him in the past. Now that his wings had hardened, he was afraid that it would be difficult to command. It seems like we can't completely rely on Cheyu Chi for the matters outside. I should hurry up and refine the Tusada heavenly peak, keep the worm below, and go out to take a look. With that thought in mind, Yunxiao immediately focused his mind, no longer being disturbed by the outside world, and began to concentrate on refining. After a few hours, the shaking of the cauldron of mountain and river became weaker and weaker. The light also became gentle and soft as it was absorbed into the cauldron. Yunxiao was overjoyed. He flew over and slammed several incantation seals on the cauldron, causing it to rumble and shake with all kinds of runes. After a few breaths, the cauldron of mountain and river finally stopped. A ray of light shot out from the cauldron, followed by another, then 3, and then 4. A total of 5-colored light shone above the cauldron. At the same time, it spun like a peacock spreading its tail. It was a pleasing sight. Yunxiao was overjoyed. He immediately sensed the connection with the Tusada heavenly peak in his heart, so he quickly performed an incantation gesture and shouted. Boom! The lid of the cauldron was opened, and the Tusada heavenly peak flew out and slowly fell back into Yunxiao's palm. The mountain peak had already changed. Not only was the light different, but the shape was also different. There was an additional mountain peak that looked like 5 fingers. From the looks of it, if the 7 colors are complete, then 7 peaks will have been formed. Yunxiao carefully dragged the mountain with his hand, and only put it away after he had checked it with his divine sense and made sure that there was no problem. Then, he went to take the cauldron of mountain and river. His arm that had just reached out suddenly froze. He immediately made a hand seal and hit the body of the cauldron with a bang. The cauldron of mountain and river trembled, and a beam of light shot out. The various patterns on it brightened up once more. The mountains and rivers, the birds, beasts, flowers and plants, all came to life. Bang! The ray of light shot into the void and suddenly exploded. A black shadow emerged from the huge tremor and said through gritted teeth, Gu Feiyang, we meet again so soon. Only then did Yunxiao grab the cauldron of mountain and river and put it away. With his hands behind his back and a smile on his face, he said, So it's Lord Xianxia. Why did you come back? I wonder what kind of reinforcements you've brought? He glanced up at the sky indistinctly. Xianxia was furious. He felt that the other party's words were filled with endless humiliation, and he rebuked, Don't underestimate me. Now that you have lost your helper, let's see how you can show off. The Qitian's sword slashed out instantly, and a black light was torn out of the golden world, falling down. Ha ha ha! Yunxiao laughed and easily dodged the attack. He then threw a provocative look of contempt and flew down. Damn it! Go to hell! Xianxia was so angry that he transformed the Qitian's sword into a huge sword shape and merged with it, then chased after Yunxiao in the air and struck down. Ha ha, my lord! Please don't be angry. It's a great taboo to have emotional fluctuations when fighting an enemy. Don't you understand that, sir? Yunxiao performed a movement technique and kept flashing left and right. Although the sword aura had locked him down and it was difficult to escape, it was not possible to hit him in one strike. I only know that I have to kill you. Xianxia's roar came from the huge sword shadow, and the light of the sword grew brighter. When he saw Yunxiao's foot land on the ground, he slashed down with all his strength. Yunxiao raised his head and smiled. Suddenly, his body faded, and a golden light rose from under his feet, shattering everything it passed. What? An afterimage? Xianxia was startled. He had already struck down with his sword, and it was difficult for him to withdraw it. At that moment, what made him even more uncertain was the halo that rose from Yunxiao's afterimage, as well as a white worm that was 3 or 4 meters long lying on the ground. What's that? He had a vague feeling in his heart that Yunxiao had deliberately lured him to kill the bug. When he realized that he had been fooled, he was immediately filled with shame and anger. But at this moment he couldn't care so much. The sword momentum had already been unleashed, and it was difficult to turn back. The Qitian sword's sword shadow trembled continuously and released a huge amount of weapon power. It then slashed at the divine purple gold worm. Boom! A violent force suddenly shook, and countless ear-piercing noises poured into the eardrums of the two people, causing them to feel extremely painful. Xianxia felt as if his sword had stabbed into something extremely soft, but a series of extremely sharp golden rings of light surged forth and continued to cut up the sword. Clang! 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 The entire sword trembled intensely, and the vibrations were abnormally intense. The patterns on the sword were constantly being erased by the ripples of the light circle. The chi of metal spirit! Xianxia exclaimed in shock. He had to expend a great deal of energy to block the light ring that spread over from the sword, and he had used up a great deal of essence force. He made a hand seal, and the Emperor Qi around him turned into a layer of faint black. The golden rings of light followed the Qitian sword and were sucked in by the black light as soon as they touched his body. It was like a bottomless pit that kept devouring the terrifying gold spiritual qi. Yunxiao suddenly appeared 300 feet away and said with a surprised smile, "Lord Xianxia's abilities are truly extraordinary. This dark art seems to be able to devour everything. Could it really be endless? We can test it out today. The metal spiritual energy here can cover a radius of several miles. Sir, take your time to absorb it. I have faith in you." He gave her a thumbs up and praised her. Sure enough, Xianxia's expression changed drastically, becoming as unsightly as a pig's liver. His body began to tremble slightly, and it was clear that he couldn't hold on for long. However, his sword had already pierced into the divine purple gold worm and was stuck to it by a strong, sticky force. He could not pull it out no matter what. Is this old man going to die here for no reason? His eyes were wide open and he was extremely anxious, but he couldn't think of a good solution. Yunxiao suddenly said, "Lord Xianxia is really powerful. It seems that the bug is about to be split apart by you." Xianxia was startled and looked down. All kinds of runes were surging on the divine purple gold worm's body, and it seemed to be a little unstable. With the Qitian sword as the center, cracks appeared on the insect's body. Xianxia was overjoyed, as if he had seen a glimmer of hope in a desperate situation, and he erupted with all his potential. The black light around his body turned into a spiral and opened up. A seal suddenly slapped on the body of the sword, and the ear-piercing sword cry almost turned into a physical energy that spread in all directions. Xianxia's black robe was completely torn apart, and his long hair was dancing in the air. He had reached the strongest state of being one with the sword. Split open the sky. The light on the sword instantly brightened, and the 3 ancient characters of Qitian's sword on the sword were almost transparent. A vast power was released and pressed down. The number of cracks on the purple gold worm instantly increased by several times, and the sword continued to stab into it. This sky splitter was half of the divine technique, Sky Splitter, and it was also the ultimate technique that Xianxia could use. Yunxiao's eyelids twitched as he chuckled and said, "Lord Xianxia is indeed valiant. I'm so scared. I'd better hit you now." 5 colored rays of light flew out from his palm, and the Tusada heavenly peak transformed into a giant mountain that crashed toward Xianxia. "Don't!" Shang Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The pressure was like rolling thunder, and it suppressed his body so much that it kept trembling. The sword intent in his hand was on the verge of collapsing. Gu Feiyong, you're despicable. You're a despicable person. Shang Chun let out a blood-curdling screech as the sky-splitting sword suddenly collapsed. The endless sword light shattered and was swallowed up by the golden ring of light that soared into the sky. The divine purple gold worm also let out a low sound. An endless light shot into the purple sky. The 5 lights on the Tusada heavenly peak also swirled and pressed down. The 2 forces had completely suppressed Shang Chun. He couldn't even move his fingers, let alone escape. He could only glare at them with resentment and unwillingness. Bang! The 2 mighty forces finally collided, and Shang Chen's body instantly shattered into specks of black light before completely disappearing. Clang! The Qi Tian sword was sent flying, and it kept vibrating under the pressure of the 2 forces. Finally, it broke with a bang, turning into 2 pieces of scrap iron and shooting out. Yun Xiao watched in shock as the vast power of the 5 elements spread out and rolled up and down, not allowing each other to exist. The entire golden world started to twist and change under the influence of these 2 forces. More and more metal spiritual qi was absorbed by the divine purple gold worm, causing the space to become even more unstable. Yun Xiao's entire body turned golden as he resisted the fluctuations of the power. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the center of the 2 forces. He could sense that the fluctuations of the Tusada heavenly peak were very rapid, as if it had met its match. That's Ing Luo. Yun Xiao's pupils constricted, and his eyes widened in horror as he looked over in disbelief. A purple-gold shadow slowly appeared in the center of the power fluctuation. It kept stretching out, as if it could be pulled to infinity. At the same time, a ray of gray light surged from the Tusada heavenly peak and expanded gradually, turning into a strange-looking ancient bird that spread its wings. The remnant will of the true soul? Yun Xiao was taken aback. The 2 monsters in front of him were the wills of the 18 ancient star bird and the divine purple gold worm. As soon as the 18 ancient star bird appeared, its eyes were like lightning. A star pattern flashed on its forehead and it pecked down. The divine purple gold worm's body shook slightly, and 2 strong beams of light rippled from the antennae on its forehead. They combined into an extremely sharp slash and slashed forward. Boom! As the 2 forces were pushed away, Yun Xiao felt a sharp pain in his eyes. A large amount of metal and earth elemental powers were spinning around him, making it difficult for him to see clearly. Boom, boom, boom! The violent power kept coming, and the gold space collapsed. Yun Xiao felt a spinning force roll him up and throw him into the sky. Boom! The earth was split open and cracks spread in all directions. The terrifying power transformed into a huge pillar of light that shot into the sky. The people who were fighting were all shocked and suddenly separated, turning into several rays of light to escape to the side. Yuan Gaohan was still stabilizing his realm, but when he saw the terrifying light pillar, he was so scared that he hurriedly teleported away, disappearing together with the ancient formation plate. The next moment, he appeared thousands of feet away. Countless rule force fell again and poured into his body. His sea of consciousness was in chaos, and he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Huang Fu-bai and Beifeng Nan were fighting each other, and the golden speaker's soul had merged with his soul. After its transformation, its entire body was glowing with a faint golden light, almost suppressing Beifeng Nan. However, the other party seemed to be unkillable and stuck to him like a piece of sticky candy, unable to be shaken off no matter what. Go to hell! He roared in anger, and his anger burst out as he punched out. At the same time, his other hand formed an incantation gesture, and the Pangu banner was unleashed, sweeping across a large area. The 2 forces made up for each other's shortcomings, leaving Baiming Nan with nowhere to hide. He could only raise his sword to protect himself. Bang! The long sword kept vibrating and buzzing, and his entire body was almost deformed. Under the extreme compression, he shot out like a spring. Huang Fuju caught his breath, grabbed the Pangu banner, and turned to Yuan Gaohan. The golden light that had rushed out of the ground gave him an extremely dangerous feeling, and the whole scene was likely going to be difficult to control. The most important thing now was to extract Yuan Gaohan's soul and leave as soon as possible. Yuan Gaohan was shocked. He had just spat out a mouthful of blood, and at this moment his breath was in chaos. Although his soul power was strong, it was difficult to control it for a while. Taking a deep breath, the surrounding ancient formation plates flew out and lined up in front of him, forming a world that firmly protected him. You'll be mine sooner or later. Huangfu Biai's eyes were burning with anger. Why struggle so hard? Can't you just save yourself from all the pain? The golden light on his body brightened, and the golden speaker's phantom appeared behind him. He grabbed the Pango banner with one hand, transformed into the soul world, and slammed it toward the ancient formation disk. Boom! It was as if the power of two great domains had collided. The ancient formation disk's barrier instantly shattered. Yuan Gaohan's face was gloomy. Although he was full of anger, his heart was unusually calm. He could also see that Huangfu Bai was seriously injured and there was no way for him to recover. As long as he could hold on for a while longer, he would be safe. His hands quickly formed a seal, and a large blue flag suddenly surged up beside him. He swept it in front of him, and his entire figure disappeared. "Come out!" Huangfu Bai shouted in anger. There was only a blue world in front of him, and the flags were fluttering in the air. "Get out of my way!" Chi La! A large patch of blue was torn apart by him, but Yuan Gaohan's figure was still nowhere to be found. All of a sudden, a heart-palpitating force emerged from behind him, and all kinds of exclamations came from behind him. In shock, Huangfu Bai quickly turned around. On both sides of the pillar of light, a huge purple bug and a strange dark gray bird had appeared at some point in time. They were fighting each other. Divine will purple gold worm and 8-in ancient star bird. Huangfu Bai's body trembled and his mind went blank for a moment. Wufa belonged to the Soul Devourer sect, so he naturally knew about the origins of this place. He immediately understood what the two true spirits were when he saw them in the sky. The rest of the Soul Devourer sect's elders were also horrified as they stared at the two true spirits fighting in the sky. Although the power of the 5 elements that rippled out was not strong, the high and mighty attitude that looked down on all living things in the world was shocking and fascinating. It really is a true spirit Kasaya. Fanny was also dumbfounded. The heavenly phoenix blood in her body began to heat up, as if it was being stirred by the pressure of the true spirit. Li Yunxiao, what the hell is this? Yuan Gaohan suddenly appeared beside Yunxiao, pointing angrily at the true spirits fighting in the sky and almost roaring. "You're always causing trouble. When you were a minion, you provoked a martial emperor. When you were a martial emperor, you provoked a martial Dao peak expert, and then you provoked a divine transcendence expert. Now, you actually provoked 2 true spirit mayflies. You're a coward." He was so angry that his face turned white and he almost spat out blood. The light on his body flickered, and he almost couldn't stand still. Yunxiao wiped his cold sweat and said in embarrassment, "This was purely an accident. I didn't want this to happen either." "An accident?" Yuan Gaohan angrily replied. "Why is it that no one else has ever been surprised? But you have an accident every day. Hee. This will make my husband stand out from the rest." A ball of flame fell and turned into Fei Enai's real body. It was full of love and there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Yuan Gaohan weakly patted his head and said, "I actually thought of letting a lunatic like you protect me. I've been with you for too long, and my brain is missing a nerve." "Brother Gaohan, how did it go?" Yunxiao asked. "Did it go smoothly? I almost lost my life. Do you think it went smoothly?" Yuan Gaohan said angrily, his eyes almost spewing fire. He had originally wanted to find a safe place to carry out the fusion of the 2 souls, but who knew that he would encounter a danger that he had never experienced in his life. He looked at the true spirits fighting in front of him and the people of the Soul Devourer sect, feeling speechless and helpless. "It's fine as long as the fusion of the 2 souls is successful," Yunxiao said, sweating. "What's happening now is just a scare but no danger." "That's right." Fei and I laughed. Lord Yuan Gaohan has to learn from my husband and not be afraid in the face of danger. No matter how great the danger and difficulty, he would not be as angry and grumbling as you. Yuan Gaohan. He. Fanny snorted and said arrogantly, if it wasn't for today, you wouldn't have had the chance to see the true spirit in your life. Yuan Gaohan's body trembled slightly as he raised his head to look at the two true spirits fighting to the death. It's powerful enough, but it's not strong enough. This should only be the will left behind by the true spirit. However, it's a rare sight. When he thought of this, his mood gradually relaxed. In addition to the fact that he had just fused with a soul body, his entire person was filled with strength and a heroic spirit rose in his chest. Chun Jiu, Chiu Mujia, and the others also retreated. The two sects each stood on one side and watched the battle between true spirits while vigilantly watching each other. Gu Feiyang, where's Xianxia? Huang Fubai asked with a gloomy face. Lord Xianxia was killed by these two true spirits. Yun Xiao said angrily. These two true spirits killed Lord Xianxia. Lord Huangfu and Lord Xianxia have come together, and I hope that you can avenge Lord Xianxia for the sake of the sanctuary. Huangfu Baiyan. After a short moment of speechlessness, he snorted and said coldly, don't try to quibble. Xianxia went to kill you, so how could he be killed by a true spirit? You must have killed him. How can you be the master of a sect? Yun Xiao sneered. How can you say such things without any evidence? If I say I'm not, do you dare to use your head as a guarantee? Huang Fubai snorted and said, you don't have to explain these words to me. It doesn't matter to me whether it's true or not. You're on your own now. If we meet again, I'll definitely take your head. At this moment, he also knew that it was almost impossible to catch Yuan Gaohan again, so he could only return resentfully. In the same way, Yun Xiao said with a smile, if I have the chance to take your head next time, I won't give up. Huang Fubai flicked his sleeves and left with everyone. We're just letting them go like this? Chen Yuyu asked anxiously. Yuan Gaohan glanced at him and snorted. Then you go and stop them. Chen Yuyu's face turned red and she immediately returned to Yuan Gaohan's back, not daring to make a sound. Chiu Mujia looked at the two true spirits' will and said, the divine will purple gold worm and the 18 ancient star bird don't have any special divine abilities. Just their 5 elements spiritual bodies are enough to look down on other existences. Fanny, Yun Xiao said, give me a hand and scatter the remaining will of the divine will purple gold worm. Yes. Fanny responded and a ball of fire shot up into the sky, forming a phoenix that flew towards the two true spirits. The crimson flames burned the entire sky red. The phoenix spat out a line of fire from its mouth, which was aimed at the divine will purple gold worm. Hu Qi. As soon as the divine will purple gold worm came into contact with the divine fire, it started to struggle and wriggle its body, trying to escape. The 18 ancient star bird opened its mouth and cried out. It flapped its wings and caught up with them. It turned into a Tusita mountain in the sky and smashed down. The phoenix flapped its colorful wings and made a turn in the sky. Its tail swept across, and a sea of fire whizzed up, pushing forward like countless waves. The divine will purple gold worm was a little afraid. It shrank back, and the Tushita peak immediately fell. Boom! There was a huge tremor. The divine will purple gold worm was smashed and its form exploded. It turned into a ball of gold and gave off a blinding light. However, it had no intelligence and just floated there quietly. After the Tusita heavenly peak was smashed, it flew out of the surging golden light and also floated not far away. It emitted 5-colored light and was very lively. Overjoyed, Yun Xiao grabbed at the Tusita peak. At that moment, he could feel the changes in the peak. The remnant soul of the 18 ancient star bird was residing in it, like an artifact spirit. Boom! Boom! Do Shui heavenly peak slowly spun over and he held it in his hand. After checking it carefully and confirming that there were no problems, he put it away. The remaining ball of golden light was directly put into the Divine Realm tablet. I didn't expect these two supreme treasures to be in young Master Yun's hands in the end. TSK. TSK. What a great opportunity. Wuxia said enviously. I have to thank you for letting me win, Brother Wuxia, Xianxia said with a smile. If you had wanted to snatch it from me, I would have been in big trouble. These 2 items may be precious, but they're not of much use to me. I've never done anything that would harm others without benefiting myself. Husband, Lord Yuan's matter has been completed. You have also successfully collected the chi of the metal spirit and the 9 nether's filthy earth. Fei and I flew back as well. Xianxia knew what she meant, so he nodded and said, Let's go to the long family of the Sky Ridge. I wonder what Brother Wuxia and Lord Gaohan's plans are. Yuan Gaohan frowned and said, I didn't expect the person who captured me to be the leader of the Dark Agents. Shang-Chun. The person who can command the Dark Agents must be one of the rulers. It's most likely Wei Qing. Since that's the case, why don't I follow you to the Heavenly Ridge? That's good, Xianxia said. It's much safer with me now than in the Sacred Zone. Besides, I'd like to have a good talk with Brother Gaohan. Wei Qing has already gone to the long family of the Heaven Ridge. I'd like to see how he's going to spread my art research to greater heights. Ha ha ha. Wuxia added. All right, Xianxia said. Since we're still going the same way, let's go to the Long family in Heavenly Ridge first. However, one of us must go to the 10,000 Stars Valley and tell them about Tian Xingzi's situation. We must also wait for Tian Xingzi's news. Yuan Gaohan also said worriedly, The Myriad Stars Valley has suffered great losses. Lord Tian Xingzi's whereabouts are unknown. The power balance in the western region has been lost. I'm afraid it'll be troublesome. Luanyu, you shall go to the Myriad Stars Valley. Chan Yuyu said in surprise. Then what do you think, my lord? I'll be with Xianxia, Yuan Gaohan said. There are so many experts here, so you don't have to worry about my safety. Chen Yuyu still wanted to say something, but seeing Yuan Gaohan's firm attitude, she agreed. They didn't stay any longer. They teleported to Riverbank City and headed to the heavenly mountains of the northern region. At this moment, in the northern region's Lan Shui sacred city, a remote building was hidden in an unremarkable corner, only 2 stories high. There were several rows of long tables in the building, and dark green jade plates were placed on them. Each of them was flowing with spiritual chi and exuding vitality. Suddenly, a slight cracking sound came from the 2nd floor. A warrior who was inspecting the jade plate was stunned for a moment. Then, his pupils gradually enlarged, and cold sweat began to drip from his forehead. Whoosh! With a gust of wind, he rushed to the 2nd floor like lightning. Then, a shrill scream rang out, echoing in the air above the entire building. What? Shangchen's fate sect is broken. In the main hall of the holy region, Gongyang Jingqi slammed the table and stood up, causing the armrest of the throne to shine. Who did this? He was extremely furious as he stared at the broken jade token in the hand of the reporting cultivator, his eyes almost spewing fire. The people below were also whispering to each other, their voices filled with shock. The Dark Supervisor was one of the 2 most mysterious departments in the holy region. Even many people present had never heard of the name Shang-Chun. A person slowly walked out of the crowd. It was Bai Lingyue. She said softly, Lord Upper Earth has indeed left not long ago, but I'm not sure what he's doing. We'll need to investigate further. Check it. Hurry up and check. Gongyang Jingqi was furious. Coldness flashed in his eyes as he said, The Dark Agents would never leave the holy region for no reason, unless they have a mission, and only the 5 rulers could mobilize the Dark Agents. It's actually very easy to investigate. His eyes turned cold as he turned to a person sitting not far away from him and said in a cold voice, Don't you agree, Kangwuqiong? The man was hidden in the dark, and his face could not be seen. As Gongyang Zhengqi's gaze turned over, his face was gradually revealed. It was a plain and ordinary face, the kind that would be forgotten immediately even if one walked in a crowd. There was not the slightest bit of brilliance. Indeed, if it's not you or me, then there are only 3 people left. He Yuhu has been in closed-door cultivation ever since he was injured in the battle with Yutong. The possibility of that is low, so there are only 2 left. Humph! Don't be in such a hurry to eliminate everyone. We can't exclude anyone, including you and me. Gongyang Jingqi snorted and stared at him with cold eyes. Kanggu Qiong raised his head. His eyes were clear, and he did not look ashamed at all. It's important to figure out why the exalted celestial left the sacred zone, but it's more important to find out who killed him. These two questions are actually only one. If we know what he's doing, we'll naturally know who killed him. Lord Kanggu Qiong, you're rarely in the holy region. Why did Xianxia leave as soon as you returned? It's just a coincidence, Kanggu Qiong replied. Could it be that Lord Zhengxi suspects me? Before we have any evidence, all 5 of us are suspicious, Gong Yongzhang said curiously. It's normal to suspect each other. Darren can also doubt and question me. He had a calm appearance. Of course I trust Lord Zhengxi, Kanggu Qiong replied. If I send Xianxia out, even if he's dead, there's nothing I can't say. Why don't you send a message to the 3 of them and ask them about this matter? Perhaps there will be an immediate result. Gongyang Zhengxi's brows furrowed slightly. Then he said firmly, All right, I'll immediately send a message to the 3 of them. I hope someone will step forward and admit it. Please don't disappoint me. Gongyang Zhengxi raised his hand and a 5-sided formation suddenly appeared above the main hall. It shot down a ray of green light and directly projected it on the ground. A stone table slowly rose from the ground and merged with the formation light. Gongyang Zhengxi smacked the table with his palm. Suddenly, countless rays of light shot out from his palm. The stone table glowed with light and illuminated the entire hall. Suddenly, 3 figures slowly appeared around the table. They were in a trance and very dim. One of them was Wei Qing. He frowned and said, Lord Zhengxi, why have you summoned us? There was another light figure, He Yu who also opened his eyes slightly. His expression was calm, but his eyes flashed with worry. The last person's eyes were closed. Her face was dignified and delicate, and her long hair was tied into a bun. It was a woman. Her figure was in a trance, as if she didn't care about the gathering, and was peaceful and quiet. Gongyang Zhengxi looked at the 3 of them and said, Xianxia is dead. These few words were like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no sound at all, and the entire place became extremely quiet. How did he die? Wei Qing asked. Gongyang Zhengxi glanced at him, then at the other 2 and said, The reason why I called you all here is to know how he died. Xianxia is the head of the Secret Service, Wei Qing said. There's indeed no one else but the 5 of us who can order him around. Or perhaps he's acting on his own. The dark agents never have any contact with the outside world, Gongyang Zhang said curiously. Even many people in the holy region have never come into contact with them. As for Xianxia, he's been in hiding all this time. It would be a lie to say that he died because of a private matter. Ling Baiyue, do you have any clues? Wei Qing turned around and asked. Yes. Ling Baiyue nodded slightly and said, This happened too suddenly, and the dark agent's actions were not under our surveillance. We have no clues. If you want to investigate, you should start with the time and place Lord Xianxia left. Gongyang Zhengxi looked towards the crowd and said, Xiao Bingwei, do you have any leads? A man with a burly figure stood out and cupped his hands. Lord Xianxia left 5 days ago for the New Yen City in the north. New Yen City? Everyone frowned. New Yen City was the recently established headquarters of the Merchant Union. It was connected to all directions, and there were only a few more teleportation formations than in the Holy Region, which could lead to any place on the continent. Most people went to New Yen City to change routes or to deliberately wander around so that people could not figure out their true itinerary. The latter was most likely the reason why Xianxia had traveled from the Holy Region to New Yen City. Where are you two? Black Universe Protector and Seating you? Gongyang Jingqi asked in frustration. Do you have any clues? I've been in seclusion ever since my battle with the Moon Pupil, the Black Universe Protector replied, and I've never left the secret chamber. I'm completely unaware of this. The woman's eyes remained closed, and she said indifferently, I don't know. Humph. Gongyang Jingqi seemed to be very dissatisfied with these answers. He sneered and said, The 4 of you don't know, but I'm most likely the one who sent Xianxia out. Everyone was silent. I just thought of something, Xiao Bingwei suddenly said. It's not that surprising. However, it was extremely rare for a dark agent to take action in the Holy Region, not to mention that Lord Xianxian had left in person. Right before Lord Xianxian left, Lord Yuan Gaohan also went to New Yen City. I wonder if these two incidents are related. Yuan Gaohan? Everyone was shocked. Gongyang Zhengqi's expression also changed drastically, and he said, "Who knows where Lord Yuan Gaohan has gone?" Everyone looked at each other, not understanding. I'll send someone to ask the people in the spiritual department, Xiaobin said. But I'm guessing it's probably because of the soul. Gongyang Zhengqi's brows gradually furrowed as he said, "If it's because of the soul, why didn't you inform me? He wants to carry out such an important matter in secret by himself. Could it be that old Yuan is trying to avoid causing more trouble?" Xiaobin asked. Could it be that he's doing it alone in secret? Gongyang Zhengqi's face was filled with anger, and faint origin power fluctuations were emitted from his body. He said coldly, "If that's the case, he must have noticed something amiss and is afraid that someone will harm him." Everyone in the hall was shocked. "Lord Zhengqi, do you have any evidence?" Black Universe Protector frowned. "Evidence? Humph. If this old man had evidence, would today's meeting still be so peaceful?" Gongyang Zhengqi said coldly, and his eyes kept shooting out cold light. Everyone was endlessly shocked. It was extremely rare to see him angry. This time he was clearly really angry. "Humph." Wei Qing snorted coldly and said, "Since you don't have any evidence, it's better not to talk nonsense." "Nonsense." Gongyang Zhengqi's eyes were as sharp as knives as he glared over and said in a cold voice, "The last time Yuan Gaohan asked to open the passage to Shindu, it was the three of you who rejected him, which led to the matter being dropped. You should know who's the one with a guilty conscience." "What?" The surroundings were in an uproar, and everyone revealed shocked expressions. The world only knew that there were 5 wonderlands in the realm of heavenly martial arts, but only 4 of them could be counted. They were the earth and heaven in the eastern region, the Mount Meru in the southern region, the smoke and cloud ancient Shine in the western region, and the heaven of Langya in the northern region. Very few people knew what the 5th wonderland was. After a long time, the world only knew of the 4 great celestial realms, and the last one was slowly forgotten. The 5th great immortal realm was hidden above the holy region Shindu. Someone asked, "What's Yuan Gaohan going to Luoyang for?" "It takes a lot of energy to open an immortal realm by force. It's not worth it if there's no special reason." Many people also nodded, but even more people frowned. The more they did so, the more serious the problem might be. "Yuan Gaohan looks like he's in a daze," Wei Qing snorted. "I won't object if he can come up with an appropriate reason." However, he didn't give any reason and wanted to open the divine capital directly. Not to mention that he's only the head of a division. Even a ruler doesn't have the right to do so. Black Universe Protector also nodded his head. "Lord Wei Qing is right. If Yuan Gaohan can come up with a legitimate reason, I naturally won't object." Si Tingyu's eyes were still closed as she simply said, "The same." "Humph." Gongyang Zhengqi had nowhere to vent his anger, so he said coldly, "I don't care what you're thinking, but you'd better not let me find out anything wrong, or I'll be the first one to kill him." "Lord Zhengqi," Kangwu Qiong said, "now that things have come to this, let's think of a way to deal with this. If the source of this matter is from our own people, we must first find the root of the problem," Gongyang Zhengqi said with a gloomy face. "Gongyang Zhengqi," Wei Qing said coldly, "there's no need to make insinuations here. These words make me very uncomfortable. Just tell me what you want." "All right," Gongyang Zhang said curiously. "Since Lord Wei Qing has said so, then I will directly say what I think. From today on, any division's deployment must be approved by me and known to all 5 of us." Wei Qing's expression changed several times before he sneered. "I have to get your permission? Do you mean that you have to hold the power all to yourself?" Gongyang Zhengqi's expression didn't change. As he said, "I can't say that I'm in power alone. However, the operation of the Holy Region has been under my control for many years. When have the few of you ever meddled in anything? Moreover, I've already said that I'll inform the four of you of any division's deployment, so you can monitor me together. I don't agree. Wei Qing flicked his sleeves. His figure became even more blurry, as if it was about to disappear at any moment. Gongyang Zhengqi's gaze swept across the other people and said, "What about you three? What if you do something stupid?" Black Universe Guard frowned. The reason why the Holy Region has 5 rulers is to prevent one person from dominating. If I act recklessly, how can I convince the masses? Moreover, are the 4 of you vegetarians? Gongyang Zhang asked curiously. He Yuhu fell silent and turned to look at Si Tingyu. Si Tingyu remained emotionless the entire time. She slowly opened her eyes and said, "I agree." He then closed his eyes and returned to his statue-like state. Si Tingyu, what are you doing? Wei Qing said angrily. Since Si Tingyu agrees, I have no objections, Black Universe Protector said. What? This time, Wei Qing couldn't sit still and said angrily, Black Universe Protector, that old hag's head was crushed. Did your head get crushed as well? Haha, there are already 3 people who agree. This decision has been passed. Gongyang Zhengqi laughed out loud and glanced at Wei Qing smugly. Si Tingyu is currently too busy, so am I. He Yuhu replied indifferently. Even after my injuries are healed, I plan to organize another group of people to encircle and annihilate Yutong. I have no time to pay attention to the affairs of the Holy Region. Moreover, Lord Jingqi is right. He has been in charge of the affairs all these years, so it's not impossible for the 4 of us to monitor him while he's in charge. What about you, Kanggu Qiong? Wei Qing's face darkened. It's already 3-2, Kanggu Qiong said indifferently. My opinion doesn't matter. Humph. Wei Qing snorted. Since you all have such thoughts, I naturally have nothing to say. Just don't regret it when the time comes. This old man has a magnanimous heart, and I'm confident that I can take on this responsibility, Gong Yangzheng said with a serious expression. Wei Qing knew that he couldn't change his mind and sneered. Whatever, you can play however you like. Gongyang Zhengqi ignored the sarcasm in his words and continued. From today onwards, any vice director or director who leaves the Holy Region must go through my personal order. Any martial emperor who leaves the Holy Region must go through the approval of each division. Xiao Bingwei, I need a detailed record of your entry and exit to the sanctuary. Yes, Xiao Bingwei replied. Most of the other people frowned, but they quickly relaxed and didn't have much opinion. Gongyang Zhang asked curiously, Zi Xiaoji, from today onwards, the finance department will have to give me the accounts every month. In fact, some of the larger investments have to be approved by me. Zi Xiaoji stood out and bowed. Yes, my lord. Even more people's expressions changed. Even Wei Qing and the others, with the exception of Si Tingyu, were frowning and seemed to be complaining. Lord Jingqi's control over the financial power seems to be interfering with the normal operations of the divisions, Kanggu Qiong said. Don't worry, Kanggu Qiong and the rest of you, Gongyang Zheng said. I won't control any normal operations. I only have a rough understanding of the various expenses. When he said that, everyone no longer had any objections. The world is currently in turmoil and chaos. I hope that everyone can work together to overcome this difficult time, Gongyang Zhang said curiously. Yes, everyone responded in unison. The most important thing now is to keep ourselves in a state of chaos, Gongyang Zhang said. Nanfeng Xian, you'll be in charge of investigating Yuan Gaohan's whereabouts and Xianxia's death. Report the results to me as soon as possible. Yes, a smaller figure flickered in the crowd, followed by a string of bell-like laughter, and then disappeared from the hall. Gongyang Zhengqi frowned slightly, as if he was very dissatisfied with her unruly behavior. However, he was used to it, so he could only shake his head secretly and say, Ling Baiyue, intelligence is extremely important right now, especially the movements of the major factions in the world. There's also the Moon Eye and some people that can't be offended. We have to keep an eye on them during this period of time. Yes, my lord, Ling Baiyue replied indifferently. The so-called not to be trifled with is referring to Ingluo. For example, the forces of the Outer Sea, titled martial sovereigns, and some powerful itinerant cultivators. Gongyang Zhengqi's pupils constricted. Especially Yuetong and Li Yunxiao, he said after a pause. These two really make me feel uneasy. Many people's hearts trembled, and a sharp light flashed in their eyes. Now, we can basically conclude that Li Yunxiao is Pejuan Gu Feiyang. Ling Baiyue said. He is indeed a Xiantian fetus. It's very difficult to deal with. However, he was only a 9-stars martial emperor at the moment, so he could still suppress it for the time being. If he's allowed to grow, he'll probably be even more powerful than Gu Feiyang. By then, there'll be no one in the world who can suppress him. You mean we should get rid of them now? Gongyang Zhengqi asked with a worried expression. Ling Baiyue smiled indifferently. I'm only offering my opinion. It's up to you to decide. Why do you want to get rid of it? I've been in contact with Yunxiao for a while, and I think he's a very good man. Moreover, Gu Feiyang wasn't an evil person back then. A man stood out and said, this person had a beard and his hair was dotted with white. He was the head of UNC Su Chu. He had crossed paths with Yunxiao in the boneyard that day. Gu Feiyang is indeed not an evil person, but he's not a good person either, Wei Qing said. I agree with Ling Baiyue. If we don't suppress this person now, it will be hard to suppress him in the future. I can't make a decision on this matter. What do you all think? Gongyang Zhengqi said awkwardly. I agree with Lord Wei Qing. Kanggu Qiong suddenly said. It's better to control the unknown risk in advance to avoid endless trouble. Wei Qing glanced at him with a profound look and said, that's right. Back then, Gu Feiyang caused trouble everywhere and caused chaos everywhere. The world isn't at peace now, and one more person like him is like one more bomb that can go off at any time. No one knows when he will go off, but once he does, the consequences will be hard to estimate. Where are He Yuhu and Lord Si Tingyu? Gongyang Zhang asked curiously. Wei Qing's words can be reversed, He Yuhu said after a moment of silence. Although Li Yunxiao is not a good man, he is not an evil man either. Back then, even though he had caused trouble everywhere, he had not caused any trouble. He's one of us after all. Most importantly, he's extremely powerful and has a grudge against the Sacred Zone's greatest enemy, the Moon Eye. Lord Black Universe Protector, Gongyang Zhang said curiously. Do you mean to use Yunxiao to deal with Yuetong? That's right, Black Universe Protector replied. If we can make good use of it, then the two worries we have will be completely offset. Black Universe Protector, Wei Qing shouted angrily. Have you forgotten about the fight with Li Yunxiao and the others in Red Moon City? Even you can't take them down. If they are allowed to develop out of control, sooner or later, they will step on the heads of the Holy Region. It's precisely because we fought once in the Red Moon City that I think they're of value, said Black Universe Protector. If he was too weak, how could he deal with Yutong? Besides, Yunxiao has the lunar pupil in his body, so he might be the best person to deal with the other one. Gongyang Zhengqi muttered. Yes, Lord Black Universe Protector's words are extremely reasonable. If things can develop as you imagine, then two of my greatest worries will be eliminated. Lord Zhengqi knows that it's just his wishful thinking, Wei Qing said with a sneer. Since Li Yunxiao is also possessed by Yutong, maybe the two of them will join forces. At that time, it will really be a great disaster for the world. We have to be wary of what Lord Wei Qing said, Gongyang Zhang said curiously. Is it possible for Li Yunxiao and Yutong to join forces? He asked. Ling Baiyue, what do you think? This Ing Luo. Ling Baiyue waved the feather fan in her hand and paced back and forth in the hall, as if thinking about how to answer. Ling Baiyue, just answer truthfully, Wei Qing suddenly said. Yes. Ling Baiyue held her fan with both hands and said, reporting to the lords, according to the information I've received, Yutong and Li Yunxiao are mortal enemies. Murong Zhu, who was possessed by the Moon Eye, was Gu Feiyang's good friend. And in the end of time, Jiang Charan was killed by the Moon Eye, seemingly to save Yunxiao. Now, Ning Kuei's daughter, Ning Qiue, who was also Gu Feiyang's good friend, has been taken away by the Moon Pupil. The possibility of them working together is very low. Wei Qing's expression became more and more unsightly. His eyes shot over like daggers and he said coldly, Ling Baiyue, have you really investigated thoroughly? If there is a mistake and it leads to serious consequences, you have to bear the responsibility. Ling Baiyue said embarrassedly, this buy-in. Of course, there is no absolute in this world. Maybe they will join forces. Your analysis makes sense, Gongyang Zhang said curiously. Although Gu Feiyang was unrestrained and unrestrained, he was a person who valued relationships and loyalty. Back then, the incident between the East Ocean and Tiandang Mountain had caused a huge commotion all over the world, all because of his disciple. He dares to provoke the four seas and isn't even afraid of death. He can be considered a peerless hero. Kangwu Qiong's expression changed slightly, and he said, Hua Qianshu's current state is not good. With that fellow's personality, he might vent his anger on the holy region. As long as we have a clear conscience, Gu Feiyang is not an unreasonable person, Gongyang Zhengqi said, stunned. He. Lord Jingxi, you're right, but what if I feel guilty? Wei Qing suddenly grinned, looking a little evil. Gongyang Zhengqi's pupils contracted, and his expression changed instantly. What do you mean? It's nothing. I'm just saying, Wei Qing said with a smile. Who knows what that madman is thinking? I'll have to trouble Sir Kangwu Qiong in the end. If we choose to ally with Li Yunxiao, then I'll go and mediate the conflict, Kangwu Qiong said. This is what I should do. After all, Hua Qianshu has always been my subordinate. Gongyang Zhengqi seemed to have heard something wrong. His expression was a little ugly as he said, Si Tingyu, what's your opinion? Si Tingyu spoke again and said, Join forces. Wei Qing's and Kangwu Qiong's eyes gleamed, and their expressions turned unsightly. It's now 2 against 2, Black Universe Protector said. The most important vote is in Lord Zhengqi's hands. His Excellency thought about the current situation. If he wanted to suppress Yunxiao in addition to the Moon Eye, he would probably have to use half of the power of the Sacred Zone. We are currently facing 2 greater threats, the monster race and the demon race. Gongyang Zhengqi flicked his sleeves and sighed. You're really rubbing it in. The demons are still easy to deal with. Even if they found the inheritance holy weapon, the armillary sphere, and their overall strength has increased greatly, at least they are still under our control. What I'm most worried about is the demon master's appearance. Don't forget the origins of saints. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they looked at each other. The leadership of the sanctum had been around for a long time, but no one knew exactly when they had started to exist. So you could not help but wonder, the origin of the holy region? How did the holy region come about? Could it be related to the demon master? This matter isn't a secret. The existence of the holy region was a powerful organization that first appeared to monitor the seal of the devil lord. Gongyang Zhang said curiously. What? This was the first time they had heard of such a secret, and everyone was shocked. Gongyang Zhengqi squinted his eyes and seemed to be in deep thought. He said slowly, about 100,000 years ago, that was the last year of the demon master's reign. All the experts in the world gathered in the holy city of Misty Snow to discuss how to deal with the demon lord. At that time, it was just a simple organization with a clear purpose, which was to kill demons. After successfully sealing the devil lord, in order to prevent him from returning to the human world, these people didn't leave. Instead, they used the holy city as their stronghold and established the sanctum, which was responsible for monitoring the seal of the devil lord. But why don't we know anything about Bayan? We don't even know where the devil lord is sealed. I even joined forces with the people of the Sea of Soul Formation to release a seal at the burial land. Gongyang Zhengqi looked at him indifferently and sighed. I'm talking about the sacred zone from 100,000 years ago. These are all recorded in moldy ancient books. One thing had not happened for 100,000 years. Who would still remember? Who would still be alert? Even I once doubted the demon master's authenticity, and I didn't expect to meet Xianxia in this life. I'm so unlucky, Xianxia. Ling Baiyue waved her feather fan and said, I know a little about the origin of the sanctuary. From the demonic traces we have so far, the demonic lord is indeed very powerful. But fortunately, The suppression of 100,000 years has divided him into several clones. They are all enemies and cannot tolerate each other. That's right, Gongyang Zhang said curiously. He couldn't allow any of his clones to devour other existences, or the consequences would be too severe. No one knows how powerful the demon master is, but 100,000 years ago, there were many godly state experts in the world. We couldn't kill him back then, let alone now.